Chapter 932. Holy Mountain of Light. Holy Sanctuary, Square. Michael's face was gloomy as he stood in front of the giant statue of the 12-winged angel. In front of the statue was the figure of a man with long black hair. This man had an extraordinary temperament, giving people a transcendental temperament that was detached from the world. Ben-Hong? Demons? The black-haired man frowned and said, I didn't expect that woman to have such courage to directly break into the holy mountain. Have we been too lax over the years? Or rather, we 3 angels have not shown our power for a long time and have been ignored by those covetous guys? Should we wake Gabriel up from the black prison desert and we go to the demon realm together? There's no need for the time being. The most important thing is to further digest and absorb the power of faith. Anyway, after 100 years, the seal between the 2 worlds will loosen again. At that time, it won't be too late for us to meet those old friends. However, I was indeed careless this time and actually lost the seal of wind and 2 4-winged attendants. As he said, a cold light flashed in Michael's eyes. Ben-Hong has lost his body, and this time he was seriously injured by me. There's nothing to worry about. If I hadn't woken up in a hurry and had to divide a part of my strength to suppress the source of faith that hasn't been fully digested, she would have been killed. However, that demon's aunt is indeed an accident. Although he only has the strength of a demigod, he has the seal of earth and Tower of Glory. He actually slipped away under my eyes. Tower of Glory! The black-haired man raised his eyebrows. It seems that the traitor Rodriguez actually escaped to the demon realm. However, since the Tower of Glory is in the hands of the demons, then Rodriguez must have fallen. This is also good news. After this incident, Ben-Hong and the demons will definitely not dare to come again. However, this incident has undoubtedly sounded the alarm for us. Whether it's the Black Death Apostles or other enemies, we can't let our guard down. Michael sighed. You're right, Raphael. There's still a key problem now. The snow tree will take at least 10,000 years to regenerate seedlings. During this time, the Church can no longer transform the body of light blessing and can only rely on the 2 holy empires as a source. In this way, the power of faith, combat power, and influence will be greatly reduced. The black-haired man was Raphael, one of the 3 supreme angels like Michael. He replied, There is good news. The whereabouts of the relic that was lost in the Cloud Empire back then has been found. Michael's eyes lit up. That's good news indeed. It can more or less solve the urgent problem at hand. I heard that the Black Death Apostles are also paying attention to this holy artifact. Just in case, I've already sent my 3 holy apostles to assist them. Raphael said in a low voice, The discovery of the Nightmare Plane is indeed shocking. I can't believe those stupid orcs were actually deceived by the Black Death Apostles for so many years. This time, I sent an 8-winged angel to help the Inquisition wash the Plane of Nightmares with blood. All the tribes suspected of having evil beliefs were exterminated to prevent future trouble. You did the right thing. Those heretics really deserve to die. A cold light flashed in Michael's eyes. Compared with those fallen guys in the demon realm, the abyss is the biggest enemy. No matter what, we can't let those guys return to this world. At least not until we become real gods, otherwise everything will be completely destroyed. Well, the power of my soul is close to perfection. During this time, I will focus on the movements of this world. You continue to sleep. Michael nodded. His body slowly became thin and finally dissipated into the air. Ryuzaku. In the afternoon, a faint fragrance of tea wafted in the courtyard. Isabella sat in front of a small table. On the table was a set of exquisite tea sets. Unlike the climate of the demon realm, which never changed throughout the year, the surface world was not only extremely rich in light elements, but it also had 4 seasons. It was currently summer, and Isabella, who had just come to the surface world, was inevitably not used to it. Not long ago, she found some tea leaves of good variety and quality in Ryuzaku. They contained the strange power of light elements. After drinking them, not only did her body's adaptation to the climate and environment further strengthen, she could already exert her natural power and normal combat power in this environment, and she could also absorb the holy scale given by Dragon Emperor Palgoris faster. Today, even Dragon Emperor Palgoris could not see through Isabella's identity as demons. This was, of course, thanks to the evil blue tear and the holy scale. Isabella refilled the empty cups on the opposite table out of habit. Then she picked up the cup in front of her, smelled the tea gently, and took a sip. When she was in the demon realm, although all her sisters and friends had tasted her tea, most of them were not used to it. Even her best friend, Ms. Betty, was no exception. In addition to Chen Rue, the only one who really liked it was Rala, who was already addicted to it. Miss Long the Fairy called it a bitter drink. Every time she had time, she would go to her small house to drink tea. Now, in Ryuzaku, in addition to Rala, Maria, and Span, also liked her tea art. This pair of newly recognized adoptive parents were really good to her, making her feel the long-lost kinship. In the past 2 days, Dragon Emperor Palgoris sent a large number of training resources. The Elf King couple took Rala and the reluctant Dragon Emperor's brother's son, along with the wife of the Dragon Emperor's brother's son and a certain sincere handsome to train behind closed doors, so they were currently absent. Although she was alone, there was still a sense of ease and comfort, which was the complete opposite of the loneliness she felt when she was with many people back then. The only one she was worried about was him. She didn't know how he was doing now. That Ben Hong's strength was a fake god. She didn't know if he could. Although she was very worried and wanted to stay by his side, she could only wait like this. This beautiful lady, is Madame Maria here? An unfamiliar voice sounded behind her. Isabella turned around and saw a strange man with snake eyes. Obviously, he was a dragon's. This dragon stared at her with an expression of awe, which made Isabella frown and shake her head. No, you are Miss Isabella, right? We're Madame Span and Madame Rala. Thanks to the treasures given by His Majesty Palgoris, father and mother have brought Sister Rala to train. Isabella pointed out the Dragon Emperor's name, intending to warn this dragons. Oh, the dragons responded, but still stared at her without blinking. Drinking tea alone, don't you feel too lonely? Originally, that kind of gaze made Isabella feel disgusted, but this sentence made her aunt's blue eyes brighten. She looked carefully at the dragons and deliberately sighed. Yes, it's too lonely to be alone. Do you need my company to wash away your loneliness? Charming lady. Miss Innie glanced at the pair of snake eyes, her eyes rippling with charm. Answer my question first. Am I the most beautiful and charming woman you have ever seen? Of course. The dragons shrugged. Am I your favorite and most beloved woman? Yes. Then you say loudly now, except for my most beloved Innie, other women won't be in my heart. Miss Innie showed an intelligent smile and blinked her eyes, looking very charming. If you say it, sister will have a special reward. This. The man with snake eyes couldn't stand it anymore and smiled bitterly. How did you recognize me? Miss Innie sighed and raised the recording stone hidden behind her. Just one more step. What a pity. The man with snake eyes' face had changed back to Chinrue's appearance. He sat down on the table opposite Isabella and looked at the recording stone. His forehead was a little sweaty. He secretly thought that it was so close. If he really said it, it would be recorded by this great fairy and played in the harem. I'm afraid that half of the Crystal Palace will collapse immediately. His aunt smiled charmingly and put away the recording stone. She got up and poured a cup of tea for him, except for Betty and her husband, Dodo and Rala. No one knows that this is called tea. Even my father and mother only know that it is called bitter drink. With a loophole, plus your habitual little actions, it becomes a big loophole. I see. Chinrue scratched his head and smiled. Actually, even without that loophole, I'm afraid I can't hide it from my wife even if I say a few more words. Isabella naturally understood the meaning of the term wife. She felt sweet in her heart and said with a smile, "It's too late to say any compliments now. This kind of test is actually a sign of distrust towards my wife. At the same time, it's also a very despicable behavior. Unless you give me a satisfactory gift, I can't guarantee that one day I won't use a handsome man to test whether a guy values me or not." "Of course." Chinrue smiled. "I have prepared a gift. This is an important gift, specially prepared for my Innie." Ms. Innie's eyes turned and showed a charming expression. "Really? It seems that you came prepared, but this gift must satisfy me." Suddenly, her words stopped abruptly. In Chenrue's hand was a pair of light cyan boots. For a lady, this pair of boots was not a suitable gift, regardless of its style or anything else. However, Isabella's gaze froze as if she saw something incredible. She slowly stood up. Her face was no longer as relaxed as before, and there was no usual charm and style. There was only a strong emotion that seemed to be excitement. This emotion had been suppressed, but it couldn't be completely suppressed. Her body trembled involuntarily. Her trembling hand touched the pair of boots, but the moment it approached, she timidly did not dare to touch it until a warm hand gently held her hand and placed it on the boots. Feeling the long-lost aura of power, it was as if time had suddenly reversed, going back to 100 years ago. Then, from 100 years ago, slowly to the present. From the moment she met this man in front of her, everything became fast again until Ryuzaku in front of her. Her vision was very blurry because, unknowingly, hot tears had already flowed out. For the first time, she didn't suppress her emotions. Without holding back, she completely vented the emotions in her heart, including those hidden deep in her heart. It was just like the girl who cried in the torrential rain 100 years ago. The only difference was that at that time it was endless despair and pain, but now it was full of hope and happiness. The shackle that was sealed in the deepest part of her heart, which was also the last shackle, was shattered, turning into wisps of light, smoke, and dissipating. She didn't say anything, just tightly pressed her body against the chest that had been soaked by her tears. Feeling the strength and warmth of the arm, a true feeling of rebirth emerged in her heart, just like the legendary phoenix. "You're not allowed to let go of me for the rest of my life." She silently said this in her heart and slowly closed her blue eyes. At this moment, she only felt peace that she had never felt before. Chapter 933. Early morning. The sleepy Chinrue was awakened by a strange feeling. With his sensory ability, even if he was asleep, he could still sense any dangerous aura within thousands of meters, unless it was a familiar aura that he subconsciously did not need to guard against. This feeling seemed to hit his lower body, and something was fiddling with it. It seemed to be the warm breath, and an indescribable pleasure was transmitted from the important parts of his lower body to his brain. It was as if his whole body was immersed in that warm embrace, and the comfortable feeling made him tremble uncontrollably. Morning was the time when males were most likely to have an erection. Under the constantly changing speed and rhythm of the inhalation and exhalation, his body involuntarily tightened, and finally, after a few shivers, he completely relaxed. The originally undulating bulge in the thin blanket moved for a while, and then the veil was lifted, revealing a sweaty and moving face. "Good morning." Good morning." "Another round, young man?" Miss Innie licked her lips charmingly, and a certain liquid overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full of seductive affection. "Young man?" The corner of Chun Rue's eyes twitched, and he somewhat regretted his usual choice of words. However, for the countless people who were jealous and envious, such as waiting at home, spare tires, masturbating men, and wishing all lovers in the world to become brother and sister, this heterosexual who did not know how fortunate he should be burned at the stake, and then the ashes should be sprinkled into the toilet bowl. Be gay in your next life. Without waiting for the young man to react, This seductive seductress had already wriggled like a beautiful snake and began the next round of teasing. It seemed that the happy morning bite just now was just the prelude to the morning exercise of sexual bliss. What followed was naturally a series of restricted shots with mosaics, from the misty dawn all the way to noon when the sun was high up in the sky, and then the door of the room opened. "Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast for you." The radiant aunt held Chenrue's hand and said gently, "It's lunch, right?" Chenrue pointed at the bright sun above his head. "It's so late." Miss Innie seemed to have just realized it. She exclaimed in surprise, and then said in a rebuking tone, "It's all your fault. Even that place is—" With that, Miss Innie covered her buttocks and walked towards the kitchen with a strange gait. Before she left, she didn't forget to give him a flirtatious look. "It seems like you were the one who requested for that place." Chenrue was speechless. Wasn't this clearly distorting the truth and forcing him to do that? Who was the one who said that it was rare to be able to eat alone and that he should eat to his heart's content? Speaking of which, his life these few days was indeed a little excessive. Fortunately, he had just gone back to sleep. However, Chenrue could clearly feel that Isabella had finally untied all the knots in her heart. The current Isabella was neither Snow Dowlet nor Mandala, but the real Isabella Barrel. Feeling the relaxation and happiness of his lover, Chenrue only felt that his body was full of strength again. As a man, this was one of the greatest successes and the most important responsibility. A voice came from the door of the hall ahead. "Innie." "Ah, Father, Mother, Rolla, Betty, Paglio, and Dodo, you are all back." "Yeah, we just came back. Are you preparing lunch?" "Let me help you." "No need, Mother. You have all worked hard. Sit down and rest. Leave this to me. Don't you and Father like my minced meat soup the most?" "Haha, Maria, our daughter is still the best. If it's the other one, the things she makes are enough to poison demigod." "Ouch. Rolla." "What? Humph. Wow, Innie, you seem to have become a little different. You seem to be more beautiful. More than beautiful. What is the secret? Tell me quickly." "Oh, you seem to be really beautiful. Betty, this is a secret." "What?" "I want to hear it too." "Rolla, let's cook together. Let's use the cumin barbecue that I taught you last time. Let them broaden their horizons. Maybe I will reveal a little secret to you." "Innie, I'll do it too." Cumin barbecue. "Mistress Isabella, you are so handsome." All kinds of voices intertwined into a warm and plain taste, just like the dark moon's home, after a comfortable lunch. The Elf King's father-in-law had just taken a sip of the tea given by his daughter, Isabella, with a pleasant expression. Then he heard his son-in-law's words and jumped up. "What? Are you planning to leave Ryuzaku?" "I'm going to the Long Huang Empire. I promised Rolla and Innie that I will take them with me." Upon hearing this proposal, Master Poison Dragon immediately raised his hands in favor. This son of Kyle Riel was actually very valued by the Dragon Emperor in Ryuzaku. In this training, the Dragon Emperor actually gave him a lot of good things through the back door. He really benefited a lot. However, Paglio didn't want to owe this kind of favor, and he didn't want to stay in this uncomfortable place all the time. Crobolus knew Paglio's thoughts. Naturally, she didn't want her lover to be unhappy, so she also expressed her willingness to leave together. Only Master Poison Dragon was really reluctant to leave this good place where he could be comfortable and lazy, except that the training was sometimes too hard. But he couldn't resist Master Poison Dragon's secret coercion and temptation. In addition, it was his master who proposed to leave, so he had no choice but to raise a hand. His dejected expression showed Master Slime's helplessness in life. Rolla and Isabella were naturally happy. Whether it was traveling or adventuring, it was most important to be able to accompany Chenrue. This was a benefit that sisters still in the demon realm could not enjoy. Not to mention that there were likely to be Arthur's old acquaintance sisters in the Long Huang Empire. A grown daughter can't be kept at home. The mother-in-law looked at her daughter and sighed. "When are you leaving?" You have to stay for a few months anyway. Let's leave later. So urgent. The father-in-law and mother-in-law were taken aback, because there are some urgent matters in the Long Huang Empire, and it is also related to the life and death of a friend. It can't be delayed. Long Huang Empire. The fairy dragon's great elder breathed a sigh of relief. What are you going to deal with? I'll help you solve it. No, don't involve Ryuzaku for the time being. However, some of my cooperation plans with Ryuzaku will be carried out in the future. If necessary in the future, I will definitely ask Annie for help. We are a family. The last sentence made Marilla and Span feel relieved. The fairy dragon's mother-in-law asked again, what about after solving the matter of the Long Huang Empire? Go back to Ryuzaku? Not necessarily, but we will come back often. Chen Rue smiled slightly. I have the ability to travel through space freely. More importantly, Rala and Isabella's parents are here. They are also my family. The Elf King's father-in-law nodded and didn't say anything more. He patted his son-in-law's shoulder. Before leaving, the fairy dragon's great elder's eyes were a little red. She hugged the two daughters and gave them a lot of things. The mother and daughter left in tears. Chun Rue and his party came to the Island of Storms through the two-way teleportation portal in Ryuk. After the elder meeting in Ryuzaku, although the trial land had lost its original function, the cooperation between the two parties was closer. The Island of Storms had become one of the dragon's alliance bases. In the future, they would also cooperate with the Titans and Wind Elementals to carry out some actual combat training. The ruins of the ancient alchemy civilization, Skywheel, were basically recovered. With the efforts of the Titans and the help of the Wind Elementals, a huge castle was being rebuilt at the original site of the ruins. It was named City of Star Brilliance. At present, it had begun to take shape, echoing the cloud palace of the Wind Elementals. This would serve as a base for Chenrue in the human world, and it was also the fixed star point of Chenrue's Stargate. After the Holy Mountain incident, Chenrue changed the star point back to the Island of Storms. After achieving the Crimson Polar Star transformation, the star points of the Stargate increased to 4, and the setting time of the star points increased from 3 years to 10 years. The current 4 star points were 1. Demon Realm's Dark Moon Estate residence. It was very convenient to reach the fallen angel capital through Rala's teleportation portal. 2. The City of Star Brilliance in the Island of Storms. The Island of Storms had a 2-way teleportation portal to Ryuzaku, which meant that one could directly reach Ryuzaku. 3. The mysterious UFO land. There were a large number of powerful wandering souls here, and they would also drop precious law fragments. Besides, there were no outsiders. It could be used as the best secret training place for oneself and relatives and friends. More importantly, this was a place that even the fake god did not dare to set foot in. Once the star point disappeared, it would be impossible to enter again, for it was currently temporarily set at the top of the holy mountain outside the Light Divinity Temple. The original intention was to covet the news of the origin of creation and Tiffany. However, because this place was too sensitive and extremely dangerous, even the Stargate almost suffered a loss. It was very likely that it would be detected as soon as it broke in. Therefore, this star point could be cancelled at any time and used as a maneuver. The Breeze Shadow Boots returned to its original owner and was worn by Isabella. This artifact was definitely a killer weapon for speed-type trainers. In addition to doubling the concentration of spirit power, it could greatly increase the speed of action and attack. It could also freely teleport or teleport beyond space. Coupled with the acceleration characteristic of Star Apostle, in terms of the highest speed, Isabella, who was only at the demon overlord level, had reached the ordinary level of a powerhouse who had just entered the kingdomization. Although the Breeze Shadow Boots was the artifact of the Belphegor royal family, the Breeze Shadow Empire had long disappeared, especially the Belphegor royal family. Except for Isabella and Lomont, there were not many left. Now that the three empires of the demon realm had formed an alliance, the war would be completely subsided. It was even more impractical to rebuild the Breeze Shadow Empire. Isabella's original intention was to let Chinrue use the Breeze Shadow Boots. But Chinrue knew that once the 7 artifacts were successfully analyzed, they would completely belong to Chen and couldn't be separated from him. So he refused her kindness. Isabella just smiled and didn't force it because it was no different in her hands than in a man's hands. She could give it to him at any time. When Chinrue left the Island of Storms last time, he gave some of the law fragments to the leader of the Titans, Osiris. He wanted him to try to upgrade his power. Unfortunately, although several of the most powerful Titans successfully absorbed the power of the law fragments, and their various powers were greatly enhanced, they still couldn't produce a qualitative change to reach the level of the kingdom. This should be an important topic that Crystal Phoenix needed to study next. Chinrue rested for a night in the city of Star Brilliance. Early the next morning, the Devil's Snare ship sailed out of the Island of Storms in the direction of the famous port city of the Long Huang Empire, Crimson Dragon City. Chapter 934. It was a moonlit night. The cold sea breeze blew the flag of the Devil's Snare ship, making it flutter. Paglio, known as the King of the Night Market, probably had something on his mind, or he really couldn't sleep. At the risk of being roasted by the fairy Miss Long's lightning, he knocked on Chinrue's door before dawn and dragged the sleepy human to drink wine on the deck. It turned out that the wine brought by Master Poison Dragon was out of stock. A certain really handsome bug had been snoring in the cabin, but it keenly smelled the smell of alcohol. Its nose suddenly elongated, and under the guidance of its sense of smell, it sleepwalked to the deck and joined the line of free drinks. Paglio, take this. 2 items appeared on the deck. One was a jet-black flail, and the other was a ring inlaid with an emerald. The flail was extremely heavy. If it weren't for Chinrue's preparation and cushioning the deck in advance, perhaps even the sturdy deck of the Devil's Snare ship would be dented. Dragon's artifact, Thunder Flail, an emerald ring containing a huge treasure. Paglio frowned. What do you mean? Nothing, that son of Kyle Riliero. Haha. Chinrue raised his eyebrows and raised his glass with a playful look. Asshole. I'm not. The poison dragon stood up at once. Before he finished speaking, he saw Chinrue shaking his finger. Don't worry, listen to me first. If you say it. Paglio sat down angrily again. I don't care if you're the son of Kyle Riliero or the son of a rich family. Anyway, you are the Paglio I know, a partner I can entrust my life to. Chinrue shrugged. However, how can the dead duck dragon I know not take advantage of something that comes to me? Let alone the thunder flail. The wealth hidden in this ring alone is definitely extremely amazing. The dead duck dragon's eyes lit up. You mean, Chinrue chuckled and said, you can take the items and keep the treasures. Just don't admit to anything else. Wait, cunning human. Why do I still feel like I've been tricked? The dragon, I know, isn't someone who only knows how to run away. Besides, you don't have a grudge against money, do you? The dead duck dragon looked indignant. Of course. Moreover, it was a great hatred. That's why I'm going to imprison it and its companions. The 2 guys looked at each other and smirked. The slime also grinned without understanding it. The poison dragon didn't pretend to be reserved anymore. He put away the thunder flail and the emerald ring, and the 3 cups touched again. At this moment, Chinrue's ears twitched. There were sounds of fighting in the distance. Crimson Dragon Harbor of Crimson Dragon City was at least a day and a half away from the nearest shore. As such, the battle would have taken place on the ocean. Judging from the sound of fighting, there are a lot of people. Could it be pirates? The sound seemed to be approaching slowly. Obviously, the battle was advancing in this direction. Paglio and Dodo also noticed the abnormality. The Sandmen had entered a state of alert under Chinrue's order. Chinrue, Paglio, and Dodo rose into the air. With their eyesight, They could already see that under the moonlight there were 4 ships coming toward them at a fast speed in the distance. At the front was a large ship that looked dilapidated. 2 of the 3 mainmasts were broken. It was propelled entirely by an emergency power. Behind it were 3 smaller ships, but their firepower was very fierce. "Kill all these guys so that they don't disturb little Betty and the others," Paglio said carelessly. The slime immediately raised the wine bottle on his master's shoulder to express his agreement. Firstly, it was to please Master Poison Dragon and drink wine. Secondly, it was because those guys looked like weaklings who could be bullied by Master Really Handsome. In the special skill of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Master Really Handsome had unparalleled intuition and judgment. "Don't worry, I have activated the soundproof enchantment of the cabin, so they will not be disturbed. As for these guys, let's wait and see." Chinrue shook his head. In fact, the poison dragon was still very considerate because Miss Emerald Long liked to sleep late. She usually slept until 10 o'clock before getting up. However, it was too cruel to annihilate all these lives in order not to disturb her sleep. Chinrue knew that he was not a good person. Since he transmigrated to the present, his hands were also stained with blood, but he had his own bottom line. Although in the cognition of ordinary people his current power had reached beyond the highest level of demigod, generally referred to above the kingdom, it did not mean that he would kill and destroy lives at will because of his liking. Of course, if it was a pirate who committed all kinds of crimes, then it was another matter. A man, a dragon, and a bug slowly flew over. Due to the light, distance, and concealment of breath, both sides of the naval battle did not notice it. A ship at the back ejected a strong flame that had been accumulating for a long time. Boom! The big ship trembled for a while. After being hit by the cannon, the stern of the ship broke into several pieces. The main propulsion system was destroyed, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Almost no one near the stern was spared. As the speed of the big ship slowed down, the 3 ships behind immediately surrounded it. One by one, black shadows leaped from the ships and pounced on the big ship. The command sounded on the big ship, and they formed a circle formation. The magic light intertwined with the whistling sound of arrows. Black shadows kept falling, but at the same time the casualties of the people on the big ship were also increasing rapidly. The 3 people in the air had been watching from the sidelines. Chinrue's eyesight was the best, and he suddenly saw a familiar figure at the forefront of the circle formation. It was a man wearing a light cyan half-body armor, holding a card with a golden edge in his hand. The card in the man's hand was scattered like a swarm of locusts. It did not turn into sharp arrows to hurt the enemy, but turned into the image of dozens of knights and soldiers, fighting with the enemy. It turned out to be him. Chinrue nodded secretly. Clark, the Capricorn saint of the 12 saints. Saints were divine believers who were directly under the 3 supreme angels and were recognized by the 3 angels. The body of light blessing was the most basic requirement. Every saint had special abilities and combat power, and they also had the corresponding armor of faith. After Chinrue obtained the snow dowlet tree in the Holy Mountain, he met Clark in the Mirror City of the Roya Kingdom. The first contact was very congenial, and they almost became friends. Later, Chinrue's identity was exposed, and he fought with Clark and the other 4 saints. He killed the Aquarius saint and the Cancer saint, Murieve. He let Clark and the Scorpio saint, April, go and got the information that Clark told him about Icyril. Clark gave Chinrue a good impression. Without the identity of the saint, he was actually a man with a sense of justice and could distinguish right from wrong. This Capricorn saint's special skill was materialization. He could turn the picture in the card into a real warrior. From the current situation, he was the strongest combat power on the big ship. Despite this, there were still black shadows breaking through the blockade and rushing over. Before they could get close to Clark, they had been cut into pieces by the countless red lights on the ground. The one who attacked was the woman behind Clark. She was wearing armor that was mostly broken. The fiery red on the armor had faded and turned into a dark silver. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she still clenched her teeth and held on. It was also an acquaintance, April, a Scorpio saint. Judging from April's situation of risking her life to protect Clark, the relationship between the two seemed to have developed further compared to the last time. Despite Clark and April's heroic performance, the enemy's strength was also incomparably valiant, especially the few leading figures. In the blink of an eye, the priests beside Clark fell once more, and the injuries of the two saints continued to worsen. In the center of the round formation was a man wearing a cloak. His face could not be seen clearly. There was something like a box at his feet, and there was a large number of guards around him. It seemed that his status was very high, and he seemed to be injured. The big ship should be an important member of the Church of Light, with such courage and strength to chase after the important figures of the Church of Light. Chinrue had a vague answer in his heart. Black Death Apostles. The enemies fighting with Clark must be the guardians of the mysterious church who specialized in fighting. Speaking of which, Shira was also the guardian of the mysterious church's East Archbishop. At this time, the number of black shadows boarding the big ship kept increasing. The round formation of the Church of Light was on the verge of collapse. Although the fight between the Black Death Apostles and the Light Believers was just a dogfight to Chinrue, at least Clark was inside. After thinking about it, Chinrue decided to help. "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Sir, let's escape. This is the sea. There's no way to escape. We can only take the risk and open the activated seal." The cloaked man sighed. "Other than His Majesty Fendi's, no one else's body can withstand it, and they can't unleash the true power of the holy relic. I'm no exception. However, I'd rather die with the enemy, or even let the holy relic fall into the sea, than let it fall into the hands of the Black Death Apostles." The cloaked man opened the box resolutely, and a white pillar of light shot into the sky. He chanted an ancient spell loudly, and an item in the pillar of light gradually became clear. Chinrue saw it clearly. It was a light green crown, but its shape was very strange. The crown was covered with sharp thorns. Even from where Chinrue was, he could feel the extremely strong aura of light. The light from the crown became more and more intense under the incantation, and a huge and holy power spread out in all directions. The shadows that came close to the crown collapsed one after another, and the clergy of the Church of Light became more spirited, and even their wounds were slowly recovering. The three ships of the Black Death Apostles were also covered by the light, and the hulls of the ships started to collapse. At this time, the Black Death Apostles seemed to have sacrificed something, and a large amount of bloody mist floated out of the ships. It contained a strong aura of darkness and destruction, and slowly spread out. When the blood mist was shone upon by the light, it was like blood flowers meeting fire, dispersing one after another. However, the amount of blood mist was very large, and it seemed to be endless. The light gradually began to shrink. The cloaked man raised the crown high, and his chanting became even louder. As if using his body as a guide, his entire body became almost transparent, like a man of light. The light covered the blood mist and spread out. The cloaked man seemed to be unable to hold on for long. The hand that was holding the crown trembled slightly, and his entire arm started to collapse. The light from the crown was also weakening bit by bit. At this time, the crown of thorns suddenly moved, and actually broke free from the cloaked man's grasp, flying like lightning in another direction. It was actually flying in the direction of Chinrue. Due to the light and direction of the crown of thorns, the location of Chinrue and the other two was instantly discovered by both sides. The cloaked man was shocked, and was about to chase after the crown when an unbelievable scene happened. He saw the crown of thorns fly into the hands of the blond young man with a strange onion on his shoulder. In the next second, the crown's light suddenly became blinding. This light was more than 10 times stronger than when it was in the cloaked man's hands, and the entire ocean was illuminated as if it was daytime. Chapter 935. Chenrue looked at the crown in his hand, and he was taken aback. When the cloaked man used the crown of thorns just now, his soul sensed something as if he felt the call of some power. Soon after, the crown of thorns fell into his hand inexplicably. This crown gave him the feeling that it was like a missile that had its switch pressed. It could only be launched with the most suitable launcher or carrier. The previous cloaked man couldn't withstand the power of launch. Therefore, after the crown sensed the existence of Chenrue, it did not hesitate to abandon its old love and automatically chose Chenrue. Immediately afterward, the crown transmitted a strong power of light into Chenrue's body, producing a catalytic effect. Chenrue only felt that the star power in his body, which had almost been refined to the limit, was recombined and purified in a new way, emitting purer and stronger energy and feeding back into the crown of thorns. The crown began to radiate unprecedented light. Even the poison dragon on the side couldn't look directly at the dazzling light. He subconsciously channeled the power of the kingdom to resist it. The slime, who almost blinded his pair of handsome eyes, turned into a suction cup and clung to his master's shoulder to prevent it from falling. This light extended all the way to the distant sea. Wherever it passed, the blood mist made a sizzling sound as if it was the scream of some living creature, and it collapsed. The believers of the Church of Light felt that the recovery speed of their injuries had suddenly increased several times, and they were all amazed. The cloaked man's arm that had almost collapsed and disappeared gradually recovered under the effect of this light. Feeling the unimaginable sacred healing power, the cloaked man couldn't help but be moved. He can actually make the crown of thorns exert this level of power. This person's strength, no. To be more precise, it's this person's physique. Chenrue didn't pay attention to these. His attention was focused on the special feeling of the crown of thorns and the power in his body. This seemed to be a feeling of blood connection. His spirit power and soul power were improved in a way similar to tempering under the strange power of the crown. What was even more unexpected was that even the original vague creation source in his body had faintly become a little clearer. He didn't expect the crown to have such a magical effect. Chenrue couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already used deep analysis, and the progress actually changed quickly. 1%, 2%, 3%. In the blink of an eye, he had analyzed more than half of it. Deep analysis had helped Chenrue deal with the 7 artifacts, the Tower of Glory, and other good things, but most of them were stubborn. It took a long time for thought transformation to succeed. However, the crown of thorns in front of him was unimaginably smooth. It felt like an adulterous couple, a love-struck couple. Chenrue faintly guessed that this harmonious phenomenon should be related to his body of glorious light. At the same time, it was also the real reason why the previous crown threw itself at him. The Black Death Apostles on the 3 ships saw that something was wrong. A few powerful guardians flew out, wanting to ambush this unexpected enemy. At that time, Sir Slime, who had adapted to the harmless light, immediately went forward. He swung his transparent fist that extended for more than 10 meters, like rubber, a few times. Those saint-level powerhouses that were looked up to in the human world turned into ashes and were annihilated. For Dodo, who was about to reach the middle stage of the kingdom, these minions were just the background of Sir Slime's handsome appearance. Dodo's display of power was already within Chenrue's expectation. He was happy to concentrate on analyzing the thorny crown. Not long after, the analysis was completed. The crown's original light green color turned into a white jade-like crystal color. The shape was more solemn and luxurious, and the light it emitted was purer and softer. Chenrue gently put it on his head. When the seemingly sharp spike touched Chenrue's head, it turned into a shadow that went into his hair and integrated with his head. There was no feeling of discomfort. Instead, it looked like an emperor's crown. His whole body was wrapped in a special sacred and noble temperament. This kind of integration was not just a decoration. Shinrue felt that his soul power had at least doubled. The star power in his body had also become purer and more consolidated under the previous tempering. The most gratifying thing was that there was a special feeling of the origin power of creation in his spiritual imprint. The origin law was the most mysterious and incomparable power. The reason why Shinrue mastered the complete origin law of destruction so quickly, in addition to the role of deep analysis and the training ground, Shura's body of destruction, was the most important reason. However, the origin of creation was different. It didn't have the advantage of body of creation, like Shura, so he could only rely on his own comprehension. Previously, it had been difficult to make progress, as he couldn't grasp the essentials. He unexpectedly took the first step today. Although it was only a small step and an incomplete origin of creation, it was still an extremely valuable start. 2 additional skills appeared on the skill tree of the super system. Divine Healing Technique, the most powerful healing technique. It has no hidden danger of overdrawing potential. It fundamentally repairs the soul and body trauma, promotes the power of reproduction and regeneration. It can be used once an hour, can lock on multiple targets. Divine Blessing draws holy power, dispels all evil power, purifies and transforms physique. It can be used once an hour, can choose purification or transformation mode, can lock on multiple targets. Divine Blessing should restrain the power other than light. It had immunity to negative effects such as hallucinations and toxins. This might be an extremely powerful skill for others, but for those with the super system, the functions were somewhat overlapping. Divine Healing Technique was definitely an S-level skill. Healing techniques were generally light and water attributes. The water attribute was relatively mild, but the effect was obviously inferior to the light attribute. However, no matter which one it was, the principle was to stimulate a certain potential of the body and heal the injury in advance. Generally, after receiving a healing technique, one had to rest for at least 3 to 5 days. If the frequency of use was too high and the potential was stimulated again when the body had not fully recovered, it would bring permanent hidden injuries to the body, causing great hidden dangers. In a sense, healing technique was also a killing technique. The side effects of potions were smaller, but it was also unavoidable. The higher the level and purity of the potion, the smaller the side effects. For example, the 100% purity potion produced by the super system. Therefore, potions and healing techniques had a cool-down period. If they were used repeatedly during this period, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it would also bring hidden dangers. Now, this divine healing technique did not have this hidden danger at all. It also had various powerful abilities such as soul repair, regeneration, group PK, and so on. For Shinrue, who had many companions, it was definitely a necessary skill for group travel, murder, and arson. While Shinrue was analyzing the crown of thorns, Peglio, who was itching to fight, had already easily dealt with the Black Death Apostles on the 3 ships. He did not give the slime a chance to show off again. Although as a super powerhouse he disdained to attack ordinary people, Peglio would not be lenient to those who dared to provoke and attack him. The 3 ships began to decay and peel off in the blink of an eye. There were endless screams, and after a while the people and the ships all turned into green smoke and dissipated. Peglio's poison had merged with the power of the rule. He could release an extremely powerful poison with just a wave of his hand. Although it was incomparable to Ben Hong's word of command power, he was still one of the best poison rule masters among the super powerhouses. This scene made the people of the Church of Light tremble in fear. The 3 ships that had almost forced them to the brink of annihilation were annihilated by that person with just a wave of his hand. Due to the impact of the previous battle, the damaged ships could not hold on any longer. The main body cracked, and the Church of Light quickly organized people to board the emergency boats. As most of these people were well-trained Knights of Light, they were orderly and not chaotic. The cloaked person slowly flew over and stopped about 5 or 6 meters in front of Chinrui. His position was slightly lower to show his respect. "Thank you for your help." The cloaked man bowed slightly and took off the cloak on his head. "I'm Glalin, Smolty of the Church of Light. Greetings, your excellencies." This was a middle-aged man with a thin face. His strength was the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. The name Glalin was a well-known existence in the human world. It was not because of his combat power, but because of his identity, one of the 3 grand cardinals of the Church of Light. The positions of the Church of Light from high to low were Pope, Patriarch, Cardinal, Archbishop, Bishop, Priest, Deacon, Ordinary Monk, or Nun. In addition to the 3 magnates of the Holy Mountain, Fendis, Patriarch Pusmer, and Eudora, the 3 grand cardinals were the most powerful in the entire Church of Light. Only Chief Inquisitor Seuss and Paladin, Chief Pari of the Inquisition, could be compared with them. When Chen Rue stole the Snow Dowlet back then, he had a brief fight with the 3 grand cardinals on the Snow Peak platform. He didn't expect to reunite in this situation. He also didn't expect that Sir Grand Cardinal would actually be chased by the Black Death Apostles at sea overnight. In fact, Chinrui and others were not considered reinforcements. If it weren't for the change of the crown of thorns, they were probably just passing by or even deliberately watching the battle. However, Glalin still put on a very humble posture. This was of course related to the strength shown by Dodo and Paglio. Chinrui knew that the intention of Glalin's visit was by no means as simple as thanking him. The most important thing was the crown of thorns on his head. He immediately pretended to deliberately not know the identity of Glalin and nodded slightly. Glalin immediately saw that the blond man whose strength was only at the warrior level was actually the leader of the 3 people, 2 humans and 1 insect. He was surprised, and he saluted again. "May I know your name?" "I just happened to pass by." Chinrui didn't want to say his name. Glalin didn't ask further. Looking at the crown that had become white jade-like, crystal clear, his eyes became even more strange. Finally, he said, "This is the holy object of the church, the crown of thorns." "Oh!" Chinrui responded casually. He was quite like a fairy Mislon, obviously. He planned to steal this precious crown. So what if it's a holy object? Even the seal of wind placed in your home temple is worn by my wife's feet. Chapter 936. Are all of your people okay? Chinrui glanced at the church members below who were entering the boat in an orderly manner. What he was implying was that a crown in exchange for the lives of a cardinal, 2 saints, and so many church members. They didn't owe each other anything. "This is all thanks to you, sir." Glalin was also a sophisticated person. He suddenly smiled. "Can you use the holy power of the crown of thorns? This is my only request for the crown of thorns." "Only?" Chinrui looked at Glalin with some surprise. He waved his hand, and the crown of thorns above his head released a soft, white light towards Glalin. Glalin neither dodged nor gave way. Suddenly, he felt a divine power envelop his entire body, resonating with his own light elemental energy. Some of the remaining negative energy from the previous battle was dispelled, and he felt refreshed. It really is the power of divine blessing. Glalin took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. He was shocked when he saw Chinrui's relaxed look. He asked tentatively, "Sir, do you feel uncomfortable?" "Uncomfortable? Of course not." Chinrui shook his head and pointed at the crown of thorns. "This crown has recognized me as its master." The meaning of this sentence was obvious. The crown is mine. In fact, Chinrui did the same. The crown of thorns flashed and disappeared. Just like the other artifacts that were analyzed, it was stored in the super system. This scene shocked Glalin. What Chinrui didn't expect was that the cardinal didn't pursue it. Instead, he looked excited. Good. That's great. It's really the blessing of the God of Light." "Chinrui, are you kidding me? I stole your equipment, and you still want to write a thank you letter?" Glalin bowed deeply to Chinrue. Sir, can you stay on my ship for a while? I will tell you more secrets related to this crown of thorns. More secrets? Chinrue saw that Glalin didn't seem to be lying. He looked at the broken ship that had begun to sink and frowned. Are you sure? Of course. Glalin followed his gaze and looked embarrassed. Chinrue thought for a while and finally gave the answer. Go to my ship. Soon after, Glalin and the church members appeared on the Devil's Snare ship. Looking at the exquisite and magnificent gigantic sailing ship and the skillful Sandman sailors, even the knowledgeable people of the church could not help but show a look of surprise. However, they did not ask much. Under the effect of Chen Rui's divine healing technique, even the seriously injured were under good control. They looked at Chinrue with more respect. Glalin left Clark and April on the deck to take care of and restrain the believers. He followed Chinrue into the cabin room. Paglio and Dodo were drinking at the bow of the ship. Rala and others had been informed by Chinrue in advance, so they stayed in their rooms and didn't show up. Sir Glalin, please sit down. Chinrue said calmly, Let me say something first. It was actually an accident that I saved you. With his strength, there was no need to entangle with Glalin at all. At most, he could throw all these church members back into the boat or directly into the sea. However, he was still interested in the secret of the crown. Glalin nodded. The matter of the crown of thorns was also an accident. However, you don't have to worry. You are already the master of the crown of thorns. There is no doubt about this. Did I become the master of the crown of thorns and fulfilled the church's prophecy? What savior did I become? Please forgive me. I read some interesting novels recently. Chinrue shrugged. But I don't like to beat around the bush. Just say it. It is really an interesting novel. Glalin smiled knowingly. Actually, I don't like to beat around the bush either. Let's fulfill our promise and tell you the secret of the crown of thorns first. The crown of thorns is one of the 3 holy relics of light. These 3 holy relics are also collectively known as creation. Creation? Chinrue recalled the feeling when the crown of thorns triggered the trace of creation in his body and his heart moved. Chinrue's understanding of the supersystem was not the same as before. Since the galaxy of the supersystem was a real country with faith and life instead of an imaginary imagination, then he must understand a more complete law of the universe if he wanted to go further. There must be not only destruction, but also creation. As for Ben Hong's shortcut of fusing creation and destruction to become a god, Chinrue was not interested. Everyone had their own direction, especially Chinrue, who owned the supersystem. He was originally walking a different path. However, in any case, the origin of creation was indispensable for him, especially now that the opportunity was still in front of him. He must not miss it. Glalin saw Chinrue's interested look and explained. It is said that these 3 holy relics were modified by the gods based on the container of the power of creation of the world. They have incredible power, so they were named as such. The container of the power of creation of the world. Chinrue came to a realization. Could it be that it is used to store the origin of creation? If you gather the 3 holy relics and get recognized, you can get incredible enlightenment and have powerful power far beyond the holy level. Glalin smiled slightly. I don't know if you used any special power. My perception is limited. I can only sense that your strength seems to have not reached the level of holy. Of course, the strength of your 2 friends has already surpassed the saint level. Your perception is right. My strength is still at the guard level, but because of some special reasons, I have 2 companions who are at the level of holy. Chinrue showed a calm expression, but his heart was clear. The creator of these 3 holy relics was definitely not a god. However, gathering the 3 holy relics and obtaining incredible enlightenment was a shortcut to understand the origin of creation. The crown of thorns had provided the best proof. This was definitely a feasible path. That's right, the whereabouts of the other two holy relics. Sir Glallan, can you tell me? When Glallan heard the words, companions who are at the level of holy, his eyes flashed, and he said, You should know that about 200,000 years ago, the human world had three great holy empires. They were the Long Huang Empire, the Ryo Empire, and the Cloud Empire. The three supreme angels carried out the will of the gods and gave the three holy relics to the three empires as national treasures. However, 20,000 years ago, the Cloud Empire was jointly attacked by the Allied forces, led by the Long Huang Empire and the Ryo Empire. The empire was finally destroyed, and its homeland was split into dozens of kingdoms of various sizes. The famous Starlight Kingdom was one of them. The truth of this war was a crusade against the cultists. At that time, the Cloud Empire was completely controlled by the terrifying cultists, the Black Death Apostles. The people of 30 cities were all sacrificed, shocking the entire human world. Not only that, the Black Death Apostles also extended their hands to the elves in the Jadeite Forest Sea, attempting to use the Tree of Life to summon the evil god. This almost caused the elves to be wiped out. Under the call of the church, most of the countries led by the two empires joined forces and finally eliminated the Cloud Empire, resolving this terrible disaster. So that's how it is. Chinrue nodded slowly. The crisis in the Jadeite Forest Sea was resolved by his father-in-law, the Elf King. For this, Pan paid a huge price. If it wasn't for his mother-in-law, the fairy dragon, who risked her life to save him, his father-in-law would have met the elf goddess long ago. Until now, the Tree of Life had not fully recovered, and the seal was showing signs of loosening. Sir Glallan means the other two holy relics are currently in the Long Huang Empire and the Ryo Empire. That's right. One is the Holy Grail, and the other is the Holy Light Robe. Glallan nodded. As national treasures, they should be hidden in the most secret treasure vaults of the two empires. Only the emperors would know their true whereabouts. I feel that Sir Glallan seems to be reminding me of something. Is it a condition or a threat? Don't misunderstand, sir. Glallan shook his head. I'm just stating the facts out of goodwill. Don't you like to beat around the bush? Forgive me for being blunt, but the background of the two holy empires is not to be underestimated. It's much stronger than what you see on the surface. Although the power in your hands is extraordinary, it will be extremely difficult to obtain the Holy Grail and the Holy Light Robe no matter what methods you use, unless you borrow the power of the Church of Light. Is that so? Chinrue smiled non-committally as he quickly calculated in his mind. Let me be frank, sir. I am the Cardinal of the Church of Light. The enemy who attacked me earlier was the heretic Black Death Apostle, who worships darkness and destruction. In the moment of crisis, I used a secret technique to open the seal of the crown of thorns. However, because my body could not bear the holy power of the crown of thorns, it almost collapsed. Therefore, the crown of thorns automatically chose you. Your body should be the purest body of light. Just this point alone makes you qualified to become the Holy Son of the Church, which is also the successor of His Holiness the Pope. Holy Son. Chinrue was really stunned this time. The successor of His Holiness the Pope? Was there a mistake somewhere? Seeing that Chinrue was stunned for a long time without saying anything, Glallan could not help but say, Sir. Chinrue finally came back to his senses and rubbed his nose. Actually, the word I want to say now is he. Glallan looked excited. Sir, have you agreed to become the Holy Son? Which eye of yours saw me agree. Chinrue was speechless and spread his hands. I forgot that this kind of vocabulary is too advanced for you. Let's change it to something more common, not interested. Sir, you seem to have some misunderstanding about the church. Glallan was not discouraged. He would not give up so easily. The theft of the snow tree was still a secret of the church. However, as one of the three Grand Cardinals and also the person who experienced the incident at the Snowy Peak platform, Glalin, and the leaders of the church were very clear about the consequences of the disappearance of the snow tree. Before the snow tree recovered, the Church of Light would not be able to transform the most important body of light, nor would they be able to select warriors, including saints. In the long run, it would cause immeasurable damage to the prestige and faith of the entire church. The appearance of the crown of thorns was an unexpected surprise. The crown of thorns had a very important function, and that was divine blessing. It could transform one's light attribute, physique, step by step. Although it couldn't be compared to the snow dowlet flowers effect, it could effectively replace the snow dowlet tree's growth. The only drawback was that the crown of thorns could only be fully exerted by the body of light, and it would cause a certain amount of rebound damage to the user. Currently, Pope Fandus was the only suitable candidate. In the long run, his already limited lifespan would run out prematurely. However, now there was another young man with the highest body of light, and he was so talented that he could completely control the crown of thorns and use divine blessing without being hurt. This was a gift from God. Therefore, no matter what, Glalin would not miss this holy son. He immediately explained patiently, "The authority of the Holy Son is equal to that of the Patriarch. He can freely enter any place in the Holy Mountain, including the forbidden area of the shrine." Chinrue finally relaxed his attitude after hearing Glalin's words. "I need time to think about it." "I can wait." Glalin could not help but be overjoyed. "By the way, I still don't know your name, sir." "All right, I was rude, Sir Glalin." Chinrue revealed a meaningful smile. "My name is Arthur." Chapter 937. Your Excellency Glalin, my Devil Snare ship will reach the shore in about an hour. May I know what your plan is? Your Excellency Arthur, may I ask where is your destination? The ship will dock at Crimson Dragon City. My destination is Yerodisha, the capital of the Long Huang Empire. What a coincidence. I'm going to Yerodisha as well. I wonder if Your Excellency will give me the honor of traveling with you? Your Excellency is too humble. Chinrue had already learned Glalin's identity and smiled. Glalin smiled as well. I hope that in the future, traveling with you will be my lifelong glory. Perhaps a lifelong nightmare, Chinrue added in his heart. He did not point out Glalin's intention of following him. The crown of thorns was extremely important to the church that had lost the snow tree. Originally, when Glalin was ambushed by the Black Death Apostles, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if he could survive, he would be severely punished, and his position as a cardinal would definitely be in danger. At the critical moment, the mysterious Arthur suddenly appeared and the crown of thorns was abducted. This should have been a mission failure, but for Glalin, this Arthur, who had the body of glorious light and made the crown of thorns unbelievably recognize him as its master, was the biggest surprise that exceeded his expectations. Just reporting it to the higher-ups would be a great achievement. At the moment, he definitely could not let this, His Holiness, the Holy Son, leave his sight. Therefore, Glalin did not hesitate to lower his status and become the follower of a certain holiness. Rala and the other two girls who had been staying in the cabin also appeared. However, under Chinrue's suggestion, Miss Long and Innie changed their appearances and even wore veils. Although their beauty was covered, their temperament was still eye-catching. Chinrue learned from Glalin that there were 3 saints escorting the crown of thorns. They were Capricorn Saint Clark, Scorpio Saint April, and Taurus Saint Kulkovich. Due to the fierce battle, Kulkovich died, and April was also seriously injured. It was all thanks to Clark that she survived. The Radiant Knights, including Clark and April, still had a good impression of the owner recognized by the crown of thorns. After all, their lives were saved by him. However, Chinrue only had a polite conversation with them. He didn't communicate too much to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon they saw land in front of them. They had arrived at the port of Crimson Dragon City. After entering Crimson Dragon City, at the invitation of Glalin, Chinrue and his party went to the Hall of Light of Crimson Dragon City as guests. Strangely, the person in charge of the Hall of Light of Crimson Dragon City, Priest Guimez, was not there, because Yerodisha would hold a trial of a Black Death Apostle in 3 days. Due to the special identity of this Black Death Apostle, the second Prince, Garfield, specially invited Archbishop Winter of the Holy Mountain of Light to be the presiding judge. Winter came to Crimson Dragon City by water. He had already set off for Yerodisha yesterday, accompanied by Priest Guimez. What shocked Chinrue the most was that the name of the Black Death Apostle, who was about to be tried in the aristocratic circle, was Samuel Caint. 3 days later, Dragon Brilliance Imperial City, Yerodisha, the Palace Conference Hall. This conference hall could accommodate up to 20,000 people. It was the largest conference center of the empire. Many famous conferences that decided the fate of the empire and even the entire human world had been held here. Today, however, a trial was about to take place. The presiding judge this time was Archbishop Winter, who was specially invited from the Holy Mountain of Light. The weight of the jury was even heavier, headed by Dragon Brilliance Emperor Rex Roland. The Black Death Apostle Samuel, who was being interrogated, was imprisoned on the stage by magic shackles. He was unable to use any power and even lost the ability to speak. Samuel was the second son of the Caint family. Originally, this identity was nothing to the entire Long Huang Empire, especially after the patriarch and former financial secretary Carlo was dismissed. However, Samuel was a member of the Dragon Riders, a real dragon knight, and was likely to be involved in some other secrets. Therefore, under the special suggestion of the second Prince Garfield, Archbishop Winter of the Holy Mountain was invited to hold this public trial conference. Samuel Caint. Everyone should remember the scene when he was defeated by the capital's #1 genius swordsman, Paul of the Roman family, during the martial arts competition in front of the hall. That battle made Paul recognized by the patriarch of the Philip family, Fret. He agreed to Paul's proposed marriage. The eldest daughter, Joanna Philip, became Paul's fiancée, and Joanna. The second Prince, Garfield, raised his hand to Joanna in the audience. She is Samuel's lover for many years. As far as I know, the two almost eloped because of this. It was Samuel who resolutely ran away in order not to let Joanna be spurned by the family. He was determined to train hard and use his strength to recapture his lover. In the end, Samuel did it. In the battle at the Royal Arena, he defeated Paul, was conferred the title of a Golden Knight by His Majesty, and became a glorious member of the Dragon Riders. This sounds like a very touching and very inspirational love story. Unfortunately, no one could have imagined that Samuel did not hesitate to embark on the path of depravity for this purpose. Garfield showed a look of regret. Joanna couldn't help but stand up and said loudly, "Samuel did not fall. What evidence do you have?" Can I assume that this rudeness represents the attitude of the Philip family on the side of the depraved? A fierce light flashed in Garfield's eyes. He ignored Joanna and looked at her father, the patriarch of the Philip family, Fret. "There's no need to look, Your Highness Garfield. I have already left the Philip family. My current identity is only that of Samuel's wife." Joanna regained some calmness after the whisper of the woman beside her. "I can apologize for my gaffe in front of His Majesty and Your Highness, but I would like to ask, Your Highness, what evidence do you have to prove that Samuel is a depraved?" Samuel was conferred the title of a Dragon Knight and a Golden Knight by His Majesty himself. Not only does he represent the glory of the Dragon Riders and the Golden Knights, but he also represents His Majesty's trust. These words carried a lot of weight, especially when she mentioned Rex the Great. If Samuel was accused of being a depraved, it would be equivalent to questioning the way Rex looked at people. Rex the Great, who had been listening to Garfield's accusations without any reaction, moved his eyelids slightly and resumed his dozing pose, as if he was still watching the show. "If you want real evidence..." Garfield smiled faintly. "I don't have any. It's just a speculation." The nobles who were listening were in an uproar. Joanna hurriedly said, "Since there is no evidence, this is a blatant framing. Although I don't know what your Highness' purpose is. If it's Samuel today, who will it be tomorrow?" The nobles became even louder. Joanna's words were indeed very provocative. However, Garfield was very confident. When the noise gradually died down, he said, "My speculation is very simple. When Samuel lost to Paul, he was only a master. When he fought with Paul in the Royal Colosseum for the second time, he was already a pseudo-saint level. That's not all. However, just a few days ago, Samuel's strength actually broke through to the real saint level. From the time Samuel left until now, it has not been more than 10 years. From the pseudo-saint level to the real saint level, it only took him 3 years at most, and his strength will continue to rise rapidly. Have you ever seen such a speed of advancement?" Everyone was shocked. 3 years. From the pseudo-saint level to the real saint level. If Samuel is talented, why has his performance been so mediocre before this? There's no doubt that he has borrowed external forces. Garfield asked Archbishop Venter, who was in charge of the trial. "Archbishop Venter, as far as I know, even the saints who serve the light can't have such a speed of improvement. But the Black Death apostles, do they have some kind of blood sacrifice ritual to increase their strength?" "That's right." Archbishop Venter looked solemn. "Most of the senior guardians of the Black Death apostles have experienced this ritual. However, although this night Samuel's speed of improvement is incredible and he is likely to be one of the fallen, Your Highness really does not have real solid evidence to prove that he is a Black Death apostle." Archbishop Venner's words were impartial, and everyone nodded. Garfield said unhurriedly, "If you really want to talk about physical evidence, I still have one. Knight Trinidad, please bring that thing up here." Trinidad was a tall and thin man with brown hair. He was also the guy who broke Samuel's arms and legs in the Thunder Prison. He walked up with a sheathed long sword in his hand. The sheath was dark red and showed a faint, bloody light. "This is a new weapon Samuel obtained after he defeated Paul. It's hard to imagine that this is a powerful legendary weapon. Even among legendary weapons, it's considered a high-grade existence. Even a saint-level powerhouse may not have this level of equipment. I'm very curious where this weapon came from. Now, please take a look at this weapon, Archbishop Venter. A high-grade legendary weapon." The nobles in the seats whispered, especially the generals and knights. They all stared at the sheathed long sword. When the long sword approached Venter, the archbishop sensed something. He frowned, carefully held the long sword, and slowly pulled it out. The moment it was pulled out, black smoke came out, and a strong aura of destruction instantly filled the entire conference hall. Venter's hands glowed with a strong power of light, shining on the black smoke, making a sizzling sound. Venter's hands trembled slightly, and he couldn't suppress it. Venter was taken aback and quickly returned the sword to the sheath. The terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The archbishop exclaimed, "This is the power of destruction of depravity. It's actually so powerful." Trinidad quickly put away the sword again. The audience seemed to be a little chaotic. Garfield immediately shouted, "There is no doubt that Samuel is a Black Death apostle. Father, I suggest that we thoroughly investigate the entire Kavogd family. If necessary, this was no longer a fight against Samuel alone, but the entire Kavogd family." Chapter 938. Garfield's eyes hid boundless viciousness and hatred. During this time, he almost completely lost the most important function of a man. Finally, he was aware of Samuel's sneak attack. The scary thing was that the trauma caused by this sneak attack was difficult to heal. The people he sent to the Thunder Prison for revenge were all unexpectedly stopped by the Red Dragon Guard. Although Garfield was the second prince, he still didn't dare to offend the dragons of Ryuzaku too much. Moreover, the cause of this incident was his attempt to harm Veronica. It was a big scandal, so naturally it couldn't be made public. For a man to lose that ability, it was simply a monstrous shame and hatred. Therefore, not only did he want Samuel to die without a burial place, but he also wanted to drag the entire Kvogt family down. Archbishop Winter nodded without hesitation this time. The attitude of the church toward those who were suspected of being Black Death apostles was very clear. They would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. The patriarch of the Kvogt family, Carlo, was also among the audience. The former financial secretary was newly released from prison, and he had been silent. When he heard this, his face finally changed. Rex the Great's eyes slowly opened. The Kvogt family has expelled Samuel. With this sentence, he cleared the name of the family, and Carlo breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his son, who was imprisoned on the stage, he stood up and wanted to say something, but he was pulled by the fourth prince, Luke, next to him. He finally sat down again, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. As a subject for many years, Carlo had already understood Rex the Great's intention. This was a means of balance and also a warning. As the patriarch of a family, he couldn't sacrifice the entire family for the son. Judging from the current situation, with Garfield's evidence and the confirmation of the Archbishop of the Holy Mountain, even if the Kvogt family was sacrificed, it couldn't change Samuel's fate. "Samuel," Rex the Great said the second sentence, "I want to hear your own defense." The guards on both sides immediately released Samuel's ability to speak. Samuel was not in a hurry to defend himself, but he was silent for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, I'm not a Black Death apostle. My weapon, Flying Centipede, was seized by General Phaedrus. During this time, it may have been tampered with. As for the origin of Flying Centipede and my strength, please forgive me for not explaining." Rex the Great raised his eyebrows slightly. At this point, Samuel still wanted to hide it, no matter whether he was a Black Death apostle or not, no matter what force he had behind him. In short, he would rather give up power that he couldn't control. This was Rex's way of an emperor. More accurately, it was the way of an emperor. Samuel didn't explain further. He just looked apologetically at his wife, Joanna, and Ina, who was beside Joanna. "You have no way to defend yourself." A vicious look appeared in Garfield's eyes. "The evidence is clear, and you still say you're not a Black Death apostle. Who would believe you?" "I believe him," Joanna said loudly. She no longer thought about being rude or her family. At this moment, she only wanted to be with him. "I believe him too." Ina, who attended as Joanna's maid, did not hesitate anymore. This might be her last chance to express her feelings. Joanna looked at Ina, and the two women held each other's hands tightly. From the moment Samuel answered Rex the Great, the nobles present already knew Samuel's ending. Naturally, no one would speak. Garfield looked at Joanna and Ina in disdain. He said, "Lord Winter, I think we can pronounce the verdict." Lord Winter nodded. "I declare, Samuel." At this moment, a firm voice sounded from the back of the conference hall. "Samuel is not a Black Death apostle." Everyone was shocked. They looked back and saw a few people walking in. The one who spoke was a man in a cloak. His face could not be seen clearly. There was a strange creature on his shoulder. There were two men beside him. One was holding a wine bottle and had a frivolous expression. The other was wearing a long white robe. It was the uniform of the Church of Light. The identity that the style of the uniform represented shocked the knowledgeable nobles. "Who are you? How dare you trespass?" A general immediately shouted. The Imperial Guard stationed there were about to take action, but were stopped by Rex the Great's hand gesture. This was because Rex the Great recognized the man in the church's uniform at first glance. His expression changed slightly. "Winter, you can pronounce the verdict. This knight is definitely not a Black Death apostle." The man from the church bowed slightly in the direction of Rex the Great and said, "Lord Glalin." Winter, the main judge, had already stood up and bowed to the man who spoke. Glalin, one of the 3 cardinal bishops of the Church of Light. At this moment, Everyone understood the noble identity of this man. They all looked surprised. A cardinal bishop was the head of the church, second only to the Pope and the Patriarch. Even though the Archbishop of the Holy Mountain had a far higher status than the Archbishop of an ordinary empire or kingdom, in front of this cardinal bishop they could only bow their heads. Winter thought that Glallan had not figured out the situation, and explained, "Lord Glallan, this is Knight Samuel." There's no need to say anything else. Since Sir Arthur said he's not a Black Death apostle, then he's not one. Do you understand? Glallan's tone became more serious. Just like you and I are not Black Death apostles. When the name Arthur fell into Rex the Great's ears, he shook slightly and finally turned his attention to the cloaked man in front. The meaning of Glallan's last sentence shocked Winter. He said without hesitation, "I declare that Knight Samuel is not a Black Death apostle." As soon as this result was announced, all the nobles were in an uproar. Garfield did not expect such a turn of events and said angrily, "Wait a minute. The evidence of Samuel being a Black Death apostle is already conclusive. How can you prove his innocence?" The cloaked man pointed at Trinidad, who was beside Garfield, and said to the man who was still drinking, "Give me that knife." The man who was drinking yawned and glanced lazily in Trinidad's direction. Trinidad felt a terrifying force pressing down on him and could not move at all. It was as if he was at the edge of a cliff and below him was boiling magma. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Trinidad actually collapsed to the ground with a pop. His entire body was trembling in fear. The weapon that he had been holding in his hand had disappeared and appeared directly in the hands of the man who was drinking. With just a glance, Gold Knight Trinidad, who was already infinitely close to the true saint level, moreover, most of the people present did not even see how the knife got into the man's hands. Many of the generals stood up in shock. The shock in Rex the Great's eyes grew, and his fingers were already gently stroking the ring on his left middle finger. On the other hand, no one on the cloaked man's side was too surprised, including Glallan. However, the strange thing on the cloaked man's shoulder had already appeared next to the man with the wine bottle. There was also a wine bottle in its hand, and it started to gulp down the wine. At this time, the mysterious cloaked man had already taken the sheathed long knife. He glanced at it and said calmly, "It's just a little bit of dark force, a clumsy little trick." As he said this, he pulled out the knife and raised it high. Just as the destructive aura spread again, the knife suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. This light was so strong that it was like the sun. The destructive aura instantly disappeared and was replaced by a holy and warm light power. Everyone in the conference hall felt it. Such a rich light power. Archbishop Winter's face was filled with surprise and devotion. He bowed deeply to the mysterious, cloaked man. After a while, the light gradually changed from dazzling to crystal clear. It seemed that some kind of crown had disappeared from the cloaked man's head. Then, the mysterious man bowed in the direction of Rex and walked towards the conference stage, step by step. He did not show any extraordinary power, but he had an indescribable temperament. Whether it was Garfield or Luke, they actually could not open their mouth to stop him for a while. Samuel's eyes had been staring at the mysterious, cloaked man. His eyes were trembling, slightly. Even in the face of death, he had never felt this kind of emotion. In fact, from the moment the cloaked man entered the conference hall, the Golden Knight's eyes had never left him. The cloaked man came in front of Samuel and looked at him. "Sorry, I'm late, my follower." Samuel's eyes were a little red, and he knelt down on one knee. The people around were surprised to find that the power of imprisonment on Samuel's body had been unlocked. "My friend, you are a loyal follower. In order to keep the promise of keeping the secret, you did not hesitate to sacrifice your life." The cloaked man slowly pressed the long sword, flying centipede on Samuel's shoulder. "Samuel, by the way, you seem to have been expelled from the family, so—" "Samuel, no matter whether I have strength or power, are you willing to fight for my glory?" "It would be my lifelong honor." Samuel lowered his head. Blood appeared on his wrist and condensed into a mark in the air. I swear by my blood that I will turn into a sharp blade and cut off all thorns for the Lord. I grant you the honor of following me, no matter when and where. The cloaked man handed the long sword to Samuel. Samuel took it with both hands respectfully and stood up. He looked radiant as if he was a different person. His Royal Highness, in front of Rex the Great, in front of everyone, recognized his qualification as a follower. Archbishop Winter's heart was completely relieved. The power of light possessed by this mysterious man was almost comparable to that of His Majesty Fendi's. How could his follower be a Black Death apostle? Who are you? How dare you? How dare you accept this Black Death apostle suspect as a follower in front of His Majesty? Garfield, who reacted, suddenly exploded. This is a provocation to the dignity of the entire Long Huang Empire. Guards! The fourth prince, Luke, also shouted loudly. This was a time to perform in front of his father. He must not fall behind. The surrounding generals and nobles stood up one after another. All of you, shut up. The one who spoke turned out to be Rex the Great. The supreme ruler of the Long Huang Empire slowly stood up and stared at the blurred face of the cloaked man. Who are you? There was a sudden silence. The mysterious man was silent for a moment, then slowly lifted the cloak backward. Chapter 939. Blonde hair, blue eyes, young, and that familiar face? All the voices in the surroundings fell silent in an instant. Even the second prince, Garfield, and the fourth prince, Luke, were shocked. Rex the Great's pupils contracted suddenly. He felt the increasingly intense bloodline sensation in his heart and slowly walked forward. Arthur! When the name Rex the Great said fell into Chen Rui's ears, his heartbeat suddenly sped up. A sense of closeness immediately spread from the depths of his heart. Many fragmented memories hidden in the depths of his heart started to become complete and connected bit by bit. The rims of his eyes were slightly red. This was a bloodline imprint that he was born with. Even after merging with his memories after he was reborn, it could not be removed. My son! Rex the Great's voice trembled slightly. Regardless of whether he was the emperor who controlled power and people's hearts in the past, at least at this moment, he was just a father. This sentence confirmed the guesses in almost everyone's hearts. All of them were moved. This was an extremely shocking piece of news. The third prince, the ruler of Jinyao territory, who had been missing for many years, Arthur Roland. Chenrue took a deep breath and suppressed his fluctuating emotions. He bowed to Rex the Great and said, Your Majesty, I'm back. The title, Your Majesty, was not deliberately used by Chenrue to distance himself. It came from Arthur's memories. The corner of Rex's eyes twitched slightly, but he did not suspect anything. Instead, he sighed and said, Good, it's good that you're back. On the other side, Cardinal Glalin could not hide the shock on his face. The future holy son of the Church of Light, Arthur, was actually a prince of the Long Huang Empire. Joanna and Ina also came to a realization, and they understood even more things. The third prince, Arthur, was the Richard that Samuel had always been loyal to. The two girls had seen Richard defeat powerhouses like the Titan and the three Beast Kings with their own eyes. The third prince, Arthur, was an extremely powerful existence. However, even if Samuel did not instruct them, the two girls would not have said much. When Samuel was expelled from the family, and Joanna left the family, it was this third prince who stood up and completely defeated Garfield's evil plan with the words, Samuel is not a Black Death apostle. Old Kovac, who was beside Rex, bowed and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being straightforward. His Royal Highness's identity is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he has been missing for so many years. Do you need to verify his identity? There is no need. My bloodline perception cannot be wrong. At this distance, no shape-shifting spell or illusion spell can deceive me. It is just like how I have insisted that he is not dead all these years. Rex looked at Chenrue. My intuition tells me that he is my son, Arthur, although he has changed a little. Anyone who has survived in a strange and dangerous place for 7 years will involuntarily make changes. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. These words were not only referring to Arthur, but also Chen Rui. Rex could hear the heartfelt feelings in these 2 sentences. He nodded slowly. I understand. Your Majesty. Chen Rui quickly pieced together the memories of Arthur that had just become more complete. He pointed at his head. Actually, I have already lost a part of my memory. Fortunately, I have not forgotten the most important things, such as, Your Majesty. Rex looked at old Kovac, who seemed to want to say something. Is there anything else to question? Old Kovac could hear the coldness in these words. He lowered his head and said nothing. With Chen Rui's current experience, he could already see that old Kovac was doing this on purpose. He was not trying to compete with the 3rd prince, who had been missing for many years. On the contrary, he was actually echoing Rex's words to further confirm Arthur's identity and eliminate everyone's doubts. Old Kovac was able to stand in the government council for decades as the first minister. It was not a fluke. The 4th prince, Luke, reacted the fastest. 3rd brother, it has been 7 years. You are finally back. Arthur, my brother. Garfield also showed surprise and joy. It really is you. I did not expect Samuel to be your follower, but I find it strange Samuel's power and weapon. That's enough. Rex looked at Garfield. Samuel's matter ends here. Arthur's return is the happiest occasion for the royal family. We can talk about everything else later. Yes. Garfield lowered his head, a thick haze rising in his eyes. The trial ended in such an unexpected and miraculous turn of events. Compared to the verdict of Samuel's innocence, the return of the 3rd prince, Arthur Rowland, who had been missing for 7 years, was the most important news. This 3rd prince was once the ruler of the richest Jinyao territory and also Rex the Great's favorite prince. However, he had mysteriously disappeared 7 years ago and only reappeared today. For 7 years, no one knew where the prince had gone or what he had experienced. The only thing that could be confirmed was the authenticity of Arthur's identity. This, Rex the Great had already announced to the entire empire. The palace of the Long Huang Empire. Arthur, do you still remember this blue lake garden? Your mother. A look of nostalgia appeared on Rex the Great's face. Ikarina loved to bring you here. An image of a blonde woman appeared in Chen Rui's consciousness. Her face was a little hazy, but the feeling of love was very clear. In his memory, this kind of love had left the young Arthur early, just like his parents on Earth. For a moment, sadness surged in his heart, and he did not speak. Rex the Great was silent for a moment and then patted his shoulder. Rex was very burly, and he looked less than 40 years old. Chen Rui was a lot shorter than him, standing in front of him. At this moment, the man who patted his shoulder did give Chen Rui the familiar feeling of a father, just like in Arthur's memory. However, Chen Rui knew very well that Rex was not only a father, but also a powerful emperor. He once stepped on the bones of his brothers, stood out from the cruel palace struggle, and ascended the throne. The means and courage of this emperor were well known by the world. It could be seen from the absolute rule of the Long Huang Empire today. The most ruthless emperor was. The more outstanding the emperor, the more ruthless he was. Once the rule was really threatened, family affection was just a redundant fetter that could be cut off at any time. There are very few exceptions. Let's not talk about the disaster of voodoo, the change of Xianwu Gate, Candlelight Shadow's axe sound. Just the personal experience of Raisin and his 3 sons made Chen Rui feel pity. Tell me, my son, these years, what have you experienced? Your Majesty, do you need me to repeat it again? I was lost in a mysterious place, and at the same time I lost a lot of memories. I don't remember who or what was the reason for my loss. After a close shave with death, I finally survived and got a kind of inheritance power from the ancient civilization. Just this. Rex frowned. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you still hate me? Rex slowly removed his hand from Chen Rui's shoulder. Because of that woman? From then on, you never called me Imperial Father or Father. That woman? The rift between father and son? Chen Rui's heart moved, and he shook his head. I don't remember a lot of things. Sorry, Your Majesty. Maybe I need some time to adapt, or maybe this adaptation time will be very long. Rex gave him a meaningful look. Some things are better not to remember. What is going on between you and the Church of Light? Finally getting to the main topic, Chenrue said calmly, my ship encountered the Cardinal who was besieged by the Black Death Apostles at sea. It was the guardian of the civilization I inherited who defeated the Black Death Apostles. After that, I heard about Samuel being framed. So with the help of Glalen's power, I came to Eurodisha to clear Samuel's name. Your guardian is indeed very powerful, and has already surpassed the Saintir. Rex's expression was a little solemn, so you could have returned to the palace a long time ago, but you never did. If it wasn't for Samuel, perhaps you wouldn't even appear in front of me now. Not entirely. The real reason I never appeared was because of the inheritance test of the ancient civilization, and I couldn't escape from it. Chenrue already had an excuse. Samuel and I met in a test by chance, and I received his help and loyalty. Rex was non-committal and asked, does Samuel's strength also come from the power of the ancient civilization? Yes, he received the inheritance of a guardian before his death. Chen Rui's answer was very particular. The inheritance of before his death meant that it was unique. How many guardians are there in total? 6. In addition to Samuel, Paglio, and Dodo, who appeared in the conference room that day, there are 3 other ladies, 2 of which are my wives. Wives. Rex the Great frowned. Then his brows relaxed again. That's good. It saves you from having to. However, despite the identity of the civilization guardian, they can only be concubines at most. Your main wife is the Pearl of the Ryo Empire, Princess Rambus. I have no interest in that Princess Rambus at all. I believe she feels the same as me. Chenrue shrugged. This has nothing to do with interest. You are the prince of the Long Huang Empire, and she is the princess of the Ryo Empire. This marriage has been delayed for 7 years. For this reason, I have suffered tremendous pressure from the Ryo Empire. Now that you have appeared publicly, you must marry Rambus. Rex's voice gradually became stern. Even if I try my best to resist? Chenrue asked rhetorically. You have no choice. Rex's tone became extremely firm. This is the national affair of the 2 empires. It's not your self-righteous, private affair. There is no room for negotiation. I now understand why I call you Your Majesty. Chenrue was not as angry as Rex imagined. Instead, he looked calm and bowed slightly. Then, Your Majesty, I will leave first. I haven't asked you to leave yet. Rex stared closely at Chenrue, and the light of deterrence in his eyes gradually brightened. Your territory has been managed by Garfield before. It doesn't matter. I will listen to Your Majesty's arrangement. Chenrue ignored Rex's oppressive eyes and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped again and did not look back. I inherited the ancient alchemy civilization. Samuel's weapon originated from this. Now, Your Majesty's doubts should almost be eliminated. By the way, as for the lady in Ziyuan Palace, Your Majesty, there is no need to put her under house arrest. I know what I am doing. Rex slightly raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He let Chenrue's figure disappear without a trace. After a long time, the Emperor lowered his head, looked at the reflection of Dugu in the pond, and murmured something. Ikarina, do you see? Our son has grown up. Chapter 940. For 3 days in a row, Rex the Great did not summon Chenrue. However, Chenrue was not idle. Due to his identity being made public, there was an endless stream of nobles who came to visit, including Arthur's siblings. It was more difficult for the strong to reproduce than the ordinary people, but the fertility of humans far exceeded that of demons. Rex the Great did not have many concubines. There were only about 20 of them, and he had a total of 12 children. Among them, the late Queen Icarina had a boy and a girl. They were the third Prince Arthur and the seventh Princess Fay. The oldest was the first Princess Cheen-Si. She had married the first Prince Houston of the Ryo Empire 10 years ago. The second Prince Garfield and the fourth Prince Luke, who were currently in the limelight, were all born of the Queen's concubines. After the death of Icarina, Rex did not appoint another queen. Early this morning, the fourth Prince Luke and Princess Fay came together to the Golden Cloud Palace, where Chenru was currently living. Princess Fay was 17 years old. Back then, she was a little girl who did not know anything and only knew how to follow Arthur everywhere. Now, she had grown into a beautiful young lady with bright eyes and white teeth. Her fiancé was Proyo, the eldest son of Kamoski, the dean of the Military Affairs Council of the Long Huang Empire. The nobles had power and wealth that the common people envied, but they could not decide their own marriage or even the direction of their lives, especially the members of the royal family. When they first met, Fay was still a little timid towards her brother, who was familiar yet strange at the same time. After Luke mentioned some of the interesting and embarrassing stories of the three of them in the past, she quickly relaxed and became much friendlier towards Chenru. In addition to Ini and Rala, I have 3 partners, but they are all out now. Chenru was talking about the poison dragon, his wife, and Dodo. The poison dragon did not like to stay in such a restricted palace. He took Miss Long Emerald to Eurodisha early in the morning. His witty partner, Dodo, naturally followed closely. Ini and Rala stayed in the palace. After these 2 wives had the title of guardians, they could justifiably accompany him. Although they were wearing a veil and their original beauty was reduced a lot by means of disguise, their innate temperament was still difficult to conceal. It attracted Fay-er's envious gaze. No wonder brother has never come back to visit Fay-er. It turns out that Sister Ini and Sister Rala are accompanying you. Arthur and this sister were born from the same mother. They had a deep relationship since they were young. Chenru had a strong sense of intimacy towards Fay-er. He smiled and touched her head. It's not that brother doesn't want to come back, but he can't come back for some reasons. Third brother is back now. He can't go missing again. Luke smiled. I still remember when third brother took me and Fay-er to steal wine to drink when we were young. As a result, we were all drunk on the ground. Fay-er and I were fine, but third brothers, was spanked by father. This time at the conference hall, the feeling that third brother gave me was so big that I almost couldn't recognize him. Little Luke, I almost didn't recognize you too. Chenru took a deep look at the underling who followed behind Arthur. In his memory, you've grown up. As I said before, people will change. Luke felt that Chenru's eyes had a special penetrating power, as if he could see through his heart. His heart felt inexplicably guilty, so he couldn't help but look away. Soon, the attendant reported. The Golden Knight Samuel asked for an audience. Luke immediately got up and said goodbye to Chenru. Fay-er and Isabella were talking happily and didn't want to leave. Isabella rolled her eyes and took her sister-in-law to the inner hall to discuss the topic of makeup. After a while, Samuel came to the hall with Joanna and Ina. Greetings, my lord. Samuel and the 2 women saluted together. After being acquitted, the misunderstanding of assassinating the second prince was also cleared up. Samuel was now still a Golden Knight and a member of the Dragon Rider Legion. My most loyal friend, call me Arthur. There are no outsiders here. Facing Samuel, Chenru didn't have the slightest vigilance he had when facing Luke. This is Rala. She's my wife, just like Isabella, who goes by the alias Ini. You can rest assured that I've already activated a soundproof enchantment. Even the guards at the door won't be able to hear our conversation." Samuel hurriedly brought Joanna and Ina to greet Rolla. The title of mistress made the fairy Miss Long happy. Chinrue looked at the situation of the two women beside Samuel and laughed. "It seems that even our captain Ina couldn't escape from your clutches? Knight Samuel." Samuel smiled embarrassedly. Even Ina, who had always been generous, blushed. Joanna, on the other hand, smiled and didn't say anything. During this time, Ina and Joanna ran around, trying to rescue Samuel by all means. They experienced many twists and turns together. The most thrilling one was that if it weren't for Ina's quick-wittedness to rescue the kidnapped Joanna in time using a certain mysterious communication clue, Joanna would have fallen into Garfield's hands and become a part of his evil plan to retaliate against Samuel. At the last moment, Ina and Joanna stood up together and shared life and death. From that moment on, Joanna had completely accepted her. After Samuel was acquitted, Joanna took the initiative to facilitate this good thing. Ina finally got her long-cherished wish. "By the way, Samuel, I heard that you refused your father's request and didn't return to the Tribbett family?" Samuel nodded. "I've made up my mind to follow His Royal Highness, so Joanna didn't return to the Phillip family." Chinrue frowned. "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm going to do with my return this time? Or where will I go in the future?" "Anywhere, anything. My lord, please allow me to follow." Samuel's answer was simple and firm. Joanna and Ina also had a supportive expression. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In Samuel's most difficult time, it was Chinrue who lent a helping hand, and it was not just once. In fact, the three of them were all saved by Chinrue. "I've made a slip of the tongue, my friend." Chinrue nodded and patted Samuel's shoulder. "I will give you the power of star sealing. There are still many things that I need to rely on you for. If Joanna and Ina don't mind, you can sign 2 more master-slave contracts with me, just like the one Samuel had in the Thunder Prison previously." Samuel's eyes lit up. Joanna and Ina had long heard that Chinrue gave Samuel the power of the contract in the Thunder Prison. They knew the great benefits and quickly bowed to thank him. Chinrue first sealed Samuel's star and made him a star apprentice. He received the star position bonus of Speed A and the acceleration characteristic Thunder Rush. Then he signed a master slave contract with Joanna and Ina. This meant that after a month, after Joanna and Ina completed their star strengthening and sealed their stars, Chinrue could bring Samuel and his wife to any place that the Stargate could reach, such as the Demon Realm. From Ina, Chinrue learned that another servant of Chinrue, the spearman Lucio, was now in the Ryo Empire. Lucio seized the opportunity in the Nightmare Plane last time and hooked up with Bonet, who was rescued by Chinrue from the Thunderstorm tribe. He became a small deacon at the periphery of the Saint Palace in the Ryo Empire and was doing well. It was because he got the relevant information about Samuel that Ina came to the Long Huang Empire from thousands of miles away. At this time, the servant reported again that the second prince, Garfield, and the cardinal bishop of the Holy Mountain of Light, Glalin, had come to visit. Chinrue thought for a while and did not let Samuel leave. He only let Joanna and Ina follow Rolla into the inner hall. Garfield saw Samuel at first glance. A look of resentment flashed across his eyes. He smiled at Chinrue and said, "Arthur, it was only today that my second brother came to visit you. Please don't be offended." His Royal Highness, Glalin, also spoke. "I happened to meet His Highness Garfield at the entrance of the palace. Please forgive me for the disturbance." Garfield was the mastermind who accused Samuel. Now he also controlled the Jinyao territory that belonged to Arthur. Glalin had done his homework these few days. Through the analysis of various intelligence from the Church, he had a more accurate position on the position and relationship between Garfield and Arthur. Therefore, the first sentence of the cardinal bishop cleverly cut off his relationship with Garfield. This made Garfield's expression change slightly. Prince Arthur was the target that the church had to win over. Even if he was not, Glallan did not care about offending Garfield. He was one of the 3 grand cardinals of the Church of Light. Even Rex the Great had to treat him with respect. A mere second prince was really nothing to the cardinal bishop. Chinrue nodded at Glallan and walked to Garfield warmly. "My second brother, you're too polite. I remember your encouragement to Samuel recently, including the disturbance you caused to a certain lady." The same first sentence was also a slap in the face. The smile on Garfield's face instantly froze. It was one thing for Glallan to be a grand cardinal, but this brother Arthur who had just returned dared to do this, and it was in front of Glallan and Samuel. Of course, Chinrue would not be polite to Garfield. This second prince occupied the territory that originally belonged to Arthur, and he had persecuted the Cribbet family and Samuel many times. He even attempted to molest the woman that Arthur was infatuated with. It was clear that he was the villain's nemesis. With his current strength, he was too lazy to feign civility with such a character. "Arthur, what do you mean by this?" Garfield's eyes were already full of haze. "My second brother, don't you understand? Aren't you best at backstabbing people? Are you using despicable means to bully women? Even your IQ has been pulled to the lowest limit?" Chinrue said lightly, "But I'm still quite satisfied with Samuel. My knight has well interpreted his loyalty with action." Chinrue deliberately emphasized the word action and looked at Garfield's lower body contemptuously. Garfield seemed to have his most painful scar opened. His face instantly became extremely livid. He roared, "Arthur, you bastard!" Chapter 941. Chinrue completely ignored Garfield's anger and showed an apologetic look to Glallan. A big tree will have withered branches. Even in the Roland Empire, it is inevitable that there will be such uncultured and rude people. I have made Sir Glallan laugh at us. I understand. Glallan naturally sighed in cooperation. However, Your Highness Garfield, as a prince of the Empire, I think you should really pay attention to your self-cultivation. This is not the attitude an elder brother should have towards his younger brother. Moreover, you are a brother who has only reunited after being separated for many years. I believe that Rex the Great would not want to see you like this. Seeing the two of them echoing each other, the hatred in Garfield's eyes became even more intense. However, he knew that he must not lose his temper. Otherwise, if the matter were to get out of hand, with Glallan as a witness, he would be the one to suffer. He felt extremely aggrieved. After all, Garfield was not an ordinary person. He quickly calmed down and laughed dryly. Sir Glallan is right. I have been rude. Third royal brother, I will take my leave first. The future is long, and there will be many opportunities for us brothers to get close. You must take care. That's right, second royal brother. I am also looking forward to the day when you regain your majesty. Chinrue did not seem to understand the threat in Garfield's words. Instead, he said with sincerity, "This fellow really touched my sore spot." The blue veins on Garfield's temples were about to burst. He barely suppressed the rage in his heart. With a cold snort, he left the hall without looking back. Samuel watched as the second Prince Garfield, who had repeatedly persecuted him and his family, was angered by Chinrue to the point that he almost vomited blood and left in anger. Chinrue smiled at Samuel and winked. Samuel understood and left the hall to stand guard at the door. Chinrue then said to Glallan, "Thank you for speaking up." "It's nothing. His Royal Highness is too kind." Glallan understood that the other party was doing him a favor on purpose. He said, "Actually, it's very presumptuous of me to come here today. I've already guessed your intentions." Chinrue smiled. "Let me ask you something first. Is there any conflict between the throne and the Holy Sun?" As soon as this question was raised, Glallan's eyes lit up. "Of course there's no conflict. Whether you want to be the emperor of the Long Huang Empire or the next pope of the church. The church will always be your most solid support. If you won't have both, it's not impossible. Really? Chinrue added in his heart. Actually, I'm not interested in either, but maintained a smile on his face. In other words, the Church of Light will support me in my fight for the throne. Even if I fail, I still have the Holy Mountain of Light as a backup plan? That's right. Then the other 2 holy relics. Since we're being honest, I'll be frank. Glalin hesitated for a moment. The holy relics involve the 2 holy empires. Even if the church wants to interfere and obtain them, it'll be difficult. Now is the crucial time to unite all the countries to deal with the Black Death apostles, so it's not good to cause additional conflicts. However, I have an idea. Since your highness is the prince of the Long Huang Empire, as long as you inherit the throne, the holy light robe belonging to the Long Huang Empire will be within your reach. As for the Holy Grail, the Princess Rambus of the Ryo Empire is your highness' fiancée. Your highness can obtain some relevant clues from her, and then the church will resolve it. What do you think, your highness? These words made Chinrue think about it seriously. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. Why do I feel like I'm firmly tied to the church? I'm honored, your highness. Glalin understood the meaning behind these words, and was overjoyed. In fact, from the moment the crown of thorns chose your highness has already stood on the same side as the church. Regarding your highness' honor, I don't know if I should feel apologetic or glad. Chinrue shrugged with a double meaning. However, I can't give you a formal answer now. It's fine. I already know your highness' ambition and intention. That's enough. Sorry for disturbing you today. I'll visit your highness again next time. Glalin, who thought he had made a great contribution, did not pay attention to anything else and left happily. In the next few days, Chinrue patiently met with all the visitors, including Samuel's father and Joanna's father. The 4th prince, Luke, visited again, while Princess Fei-Er visited almost every day. It was as if she and Isabella had become close friends. A few days later, Chinrue was summoned by Rex the Great again. This time, it was in the main hall of the palace. Chinrue had basically met with most of the upper-class nobles. In the main hall, besides Rex the Great, who was sitting on the throne, there were 2 princes, Garfield and Luke, the 5 heads of the 2 houses and 3 departments, and an unfamiliar old man in a long robe with white hair and beard. He looked drowsy and was also sitting. Beside him stood a brown-haired girl with a good figure. Your Majesty. Chinrue bowed to Rex. Rex in the main hall was completely different from the one in the garden. He looked harsh and indifferent without any extra emotions. He was faintly emitting the majesty of a king. Arthur, last time you told me that your inheritance is from the ancient alchemy civilization? Yes, your Majesty. Chinrue clearly felt that the seemingly drowsy old man had been secretly looking at him, and he understood a little in his heart. This is Grand Master Kikui, one of the 2 remaining human mechanic Grand Masters. Rex raised his hand to the old man. He is interested in the inheritance you obtained. Garfield's eyelids moved, and Luke's eyes obviously flashed with a strange light. This was clearly the rhythm of recommending him to be apprenticed. Arthur's training aptitude had always been very weak. Even after 7 years of the so-called inheritance, he only had the strength of a guard level. He hadn't even reached the master level. If he could find a mechanic Grand Master as a backer, whether it was for Arthur himself or for the entire Long Huang Empire, the benefits were self-evident. However, Grand Master Kikui wasn't the kind of teacher in name only. In this way, Arthur was equivalent to embarking on another path. If he wanted to truly learn, it would take at least 10 years, or even decades. Such a long time was enough for a lot of changes to happen. In short, the distance between Arthur and the throne would only get further and further. Garfield was relieved. No wonder my father, Rex, had never mentioned returning the Jinyao territory to Arthur. It turns out that he has this plan. Shinrue looked at Grandmaster Ki, then looked at Rex. He was clear in his heart. From Rex's perspective, this decision is killing two birds with one stone. Not only does it settle down the sudden appearance of Arthur, but it also won't affect the originally relatively balanced political situation. It also roped in a mechanic Grandmaster. Arthur Roland, nice to meet you. Shinrue performed a seemingly ancient etiquette to Kukui. The rest of the people didn't understand the meaning of this etiquette. They thought it was some etiquette of the ancient alchemy civilization. Kukui's eyelids moved, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. The girl with short black hair changed her expression and blurted out, "His Royal Highness, do you understand the true meaning of this etiquette?" This wasn't an etiquette of the alchemy civilization, but an ancient etiquette of the alchemists. The etiquette that Prince Arthur displayed to Grandmaster Ki was actually an etiquette for peers instead of a teacher. Instead of explaining, Shinrue laughed. Then he began to look at the girl's hot body and scrupulously. Under that gaze, the girl felt like she was naked, and her heart was burning with anger. As one of the 5 direct disciples of Grandmaster Kiki, the newly promoted mechanic master, and the most outstanding new generation mechanic genius, she was a proud woman wherever she went. Today, she was actually humiliated by this ignorant and incompetent prince. If this wasn't the palace of the Long Huang Empire, the girl would have already lost her temper. TSK, Tai, what a pity. Shinrue shook his head with a regretful expression. What a pity. Arthur, don't be rude. Rex the Great noticed that something was wrong. This is Grandmaster Kukui's direct disciple, the most famous mechanic genius in the human world, Master Pelushi. Quickly apologized to Master Pelushi. Master? What a pity. Shinrue still shook his head. Ms. Pelushi should be proficient in tools. There are thick calluses on the side of your left thumb and the second knuckle of your middle finger. It means that you like to use tools like a small grinding awl, together with a button drill and spiral needle knife operated by your right hand. You can enchant them using the spirit rune array method. This is a difficult enchantment technique. The effect is about 20 to 30% higher than direct enchantment. However, the requirement for spirit control is very high. You must multitask, and it's easy to have intertwined mageweths, which affects the overall effect. Your spirit level is enough, but the purity seems to be lacking, so the failure rate is very high. On the back of your hand are the impact spots caused by the failure of enchantment. Even with medicine, it will take about a month for these spots to fade. I can see from the spots on the back of your hand that you have encountered at least 3 failed enchantments 10 days ago, but you should have succeeded in the end. Shinrue's eyes fell on Pelushi's ears again. If I guess correctly, your work should be the pair of quasi-legendary grade earrings made with red glass, purple coral, star powder, glazed sand, mithril, and blue fragrance. It increases spirit concentration by 43%, spirit sensitivity by 30%, physical strength and spirit recovery, speed by 35%. This item can improve the success rate of your spirit rune array enchantment, but unfortunately, Pelushi was completely shocked. This rude person who I thought was ignorant and incompetent actually saw the characteristics of my mechanic skills just from a pair of hands. What was even more unbelievable was that the earrings she was wearing now, whether it was the manufacturing time, the number of failures, the equipment attributes, or even every material used, they were all accurately stated by him. What kind of talent is this? No, it's no longer an ordinary talent. To be more precise, it's attainments. With extraordinary attainments in mechanics, Prince Arthur must also be a genius in mechanics. He might even be better than me. Unfortunately, what? The one who answered was Pelushi's teacher, Grandmaster Kukui. His originally lazy eyes had a rare seriousness. Chapter 942. Grandmaster Kukui had begun to take this future disciple seriously. Previously, he thought that the so-called ancient alchemy civilization was just a gimmick that Rex the Great wanted him to take in as a disciple. He did not expect that this prince's ability would even amaze a grandmaster like him. Could it be that this young man had really inherited the legendary ancient civilization? Unfortunately, this Mademoiselle Peluche has taken a wrong turn. To put it bluntly, she does not need to insist on that kind of difficult enchantment. Instead of stubbornly sticking to a high-level runic array, it is better for her to be proficient in ordinary enchantment. Enchantment is enough for quasi-legendary level equipment or even legendary level equipment. In fact, based on the characteristics of her mental strength, she is more suitable for enchantment. If she continues to walk down this path with such an ambitious attitude, she will only deviate from the path of a grandmaster. In this life, becoming a real senior master is already her limit. Arthur. Rex the Great's voice became more severe. Although most of the people present were amateurs, they could still hear Chen Rui's lecturing tone. Regardless of whether the advice was accurate or not, Lin Li's teacher was here. Such a sharp criticism was tantamount to mocking the Grandmaster, Kukui, as a disciple of Grandmaster Kukui, for not being able to teach his students well. Even if Arthur really had some talent, Grandmaster Kukui, who had lost face, would not accept this disciple. Pelusai, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. In fact, what Arthur had said was actually the same as what her teacher, Kukui, had pointed out. It was just that his tone was not as harsh. When she heard the last sentence, the girl's competitive spirit made her refute indignantly, "Grandmaster? How arrogant of you! Do you know what the path of a grandmaster is? Whether I know or not has nothing to do with you. Even if I tell you, you won't understand." Shinrue glanced at Grandmaster Kukui. "Wait until you truly understand the meaning of the word life in the future. Then you are qualified to discuss this topic." Hearing the word life, Grandmaster Kikui's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he slowly stood up. "His Royal Highness, am I qualified to discuss this?" The smell of gunpowder in this sentence was very strong. Rex the Great could not help but frown. It seemed that Arthur had successfully infuriated Grandmaster Kukui. The heads of the two houses and the three departments shook their heads and sighed inwardly. This third prince really doesn't know what's good for him. His Majesty has arranged a meeting to acknowledge a master, but it turned out to be such a mess. The eyes of the fourth prince, Luke, flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Garfield was originally gloating, but when he thought that the failure of Arthur's apprenticeship might lead to an uncertain factor in the ownership of Jinyao territory, he couldn't help but think quickly. However, after this incident, Rex's impression of Arthur would be even worse, which would only benefit him. Shinrue turned a blind eye to Rex the Great's expression. He just looked at Kukui indifferently and showed a strange smile. "I have a dwarf friend who said a proverb. A hammer is the best at telling the truth." Grandmaster Kukui, what do you think? Even Rex the Great thought he heard it wrongly. Is he going to compete with a mechanic grandmaster in mechanics? Good idea. Kukui's voice was very cold, and his expression showed a hint of solemnity. The knowledge and bearing shown by this young man are indeed extraordinary. Could it be? Shinrue did not say much. Suddenly, a platform appeared in front of him, and everyone recognized that it was a forging table. As Chunrue waved his hand, the flame in the magic furnace was suddenly ignited, and the entire hall was instantly filled with a feeling of heat. "This is my tool table, so I'll show my incompetence first." As he said, Shinrue took out a piece of the most common black iron ore and began to calcine it. The temperature of the magic furnace was very high. Soon the red-hot ore was clamped out, and the hammer was swung high. Ding! At the first strike, Kukui's eyes changed. Soon, Pelushi's expression also changed from anger to shock. Although she wasn't good at metal proficiency, she was a master-level mechanic after all. Naturally, she could hear the endless mystery contained in that kind of tapping. However, she could only feel the indescribable mystery but she could not understand it because this mystery had far exceeded her current level of understanding. Soon, Chinrue's work was completed. In the eyes of the layman in the hall, this was a simple and crude dagger. Even the worst blacksmith in the capital would be able to make such a dagger. Garfield couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. You pretended to be so mysterious before, but you're actually this kind of trash. You even dare to show your incompetence in front of a Grandmaster? Wait, Grandmaster Kikui's expression doesn't seem right. Grandmaster Kikui stared at the clumsy dagger as if he wasn't looking at a fake piece of equipment but an artifact. Astonishment, realization, surprise, all kinds of expressions were intertwined. After a while, he nodded and actually bowed to Chinrue. Those who were attentive noticed that this was the ancient etiquette that Chinrue performed to Grandmaster Kikui previously. Pelushi understood what this etiquette meant the best. That Royal Highness deserved it. Kikui Komost, it's our first time meeting. Please forgive my rudeness. It's an honor to meet you, Grandmaster Arthur. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone was shocked. Even Rex the Great, who usually didn't show his emotions, couldn't help but look shocked at that moment. Arthur, Grandmaster, whether it was the deans, directors, or the two princes, they were all in disbelief. Garfield's first reaction was that it was impossible. 7 years ago, Arthur was just an idle prince who had never been exposed to alchemy. Now he actually became a mechanic Grandmaster. Garfield's second reaction was collusion. Grandmaster Kiki and Arthur colluded to deceive everyone. However, this speculation was immediately rejected by himself. What was the identity of Grandmaster Kukui? He was one of the two remaining Grandmasters of mankind. He was a free citizen. His qualifications and prestige were the best in the entire human mechanics industry. Even the other Grandmaster, Farasini, had to respect him. Rex the Great spent a lot of effort this time to invite him. How could he possibly collude with a character like Arthur in advance? Moreover, once the identity of Grandmaster was recognized and spread, it would definitely be known by the whole world. Faking it was equivalent to courting death. It was impossible. So, the original idiot Arthur really became a Grandmaster? What happened in the past 7 years? Chinrue smiled slightly. Grandmaster Ki, if there is a chance in the future, I will visit you. Please don't mind my intrusion. It's my honor. Kikui laughed. Grandmaster Arthur is too modest. Those who reach the pinnacle come first. I should be the one to ask for advice. I'm ashamed of my inferiority in the life comprehension of your dagger. Perhaps only the elven Grandmaster in the Jadeite Forest, C, can be on par with you. Paluxy, come here and apologize to Grandmaster Arthur. Paluxy seemed to have woken up from a dream. She quickly came to Chinrue and bowed deeply. Grandmaster Arthur, please forgive my rudeness. Thank you for your guidance. This prince turned out to be a real Grandmaster. No wonder he bowed to her teacher like that just now. To be able to receive guidance and even criticism from a Grandmaster, it was definitely a rare honor and learning opportunity for her as a master. There was no grudge in her heart at all. Ms. Paluxy, this dagger is for you. If you can understand the principle of seeing the truth from the ordinary, then your mechanical attainments will have a qualitative leap. Paluxy was overjoyed. She took the dagger and thanked him repeatedly. Grandmaster Kikui chatted with Chinrue for a while as if there was no one else around. They became more and more congenial. She felt that she regretted not meeting Chinrue earlier, so she immediately bowed to Rex the Great. Thanks to your Majesty's invitation today, I got to know Grandmaster Arthur. I'm very grateful. I'm honored to meet the third human Grandmaster, perhaps also the first Grandmaster in the world. I hope to stay in your country for a while and ask Grandmaster Arthur for advice. The first Grandmaster in the world? Not just a human country? This supreme evaluation, once again, caused everyone to marvel. Logically speaking, although Arthur's Grandmaster strength was recognized by Grandmaster Kikui, due to his age, there was still a lack of experience after all. Unexpectedly, he was praised so highly by Grandmaster Kukui, the first Grandmaster. Even without the identity of a prince, Arthur would also be the treasure that the entire Long Huang Empire must cherish. Rex the Great had quickly recovered from the shock and nodded. This is the honor of Arthur and the Long Huang Empire. Arthur's mansion is in the Jinyao territory. The Jinyao territory was originally managed by another prince. The closing procedures have already been carried out, and it will probably be completed in about 3 days. If Grandmaster Kukui doesn't mind, please stay in the Long Huang Empire for a while. Of course. Grandmaster Kukui looked happy and smiled at Qin. The original apprenticeship ceremony turned into an exchange of grandmasters, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became harmonious. In contrast, the face of the other prince had become extremely pale. Jinyao territory. Within 3 days. For the originally confident second Prince Garfield, this was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. Jinyao territory was one of the most fertile territories of the Long Huang Empire. Since the disappearance of Arthur, it had been regarded as the exclusive property of the second prince. After 7 years of painstaking efforts, it had become his most important base and the greatest capital to compete for the throne in the future. Because of this, Garfield persecuted the Cranks in every way and wanted to completely control the territory. But now, the heads of the 2 academies and the 3 departments all noticed the strangeness of the second Prince Garfield, and they understood. Rex the Great's decision was not surprising. This was a world where it was better to support the weak than to support the strong. The third Prince, Arthur, had shown an amazing ability, so he would definitely get relative respect and benefits. It was also reasonable for him to get back to the Jinyao territory. As for Garfield, no one would sympathize with the loser. It was good enough that he didn't go up to stab the second prince. Although this time the second prince was not really defeated, it could be regarded as a serious injury. However, after this incident, everyone, including Rex the Great, had to reevaluate the Royal Highness Arthur, who had been missing for 7 years. Second brother for 3 days. I'm really sorry for your trouble, Qin said to Garfield with a smile. Thank you for your selfless contribution to the Jinyao territory over the years. Third brother, we are all brothers. You are welcome. Garfield's heart was bleeding, but in front of Rex the Great and others, he had to squeeze a smile on his face. Chapter 943. The meeting in the hall was successfully over. After everyone dispersed, Qin was asked to stay by Rex the Great. You surprised me, my son. You're actually a mechanic grandmaster? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because your majesty didn't ask. Rex's eyes flashed. Then I'll ask you formally now. What have you gained in the past 7 years? To be precise, I gained some survival abilities. Qin looked very calm. The Arthur back, then, is already dead. He died from a stab in the back. I don't remember the person who stabbed me. Maybe it's a terrifying enemy, or an even more terrifying relative. Once was enough of a lesson like this. Now, at least I won't be sold by others and still gratefully pay for them. Rex savored the meaning of these words and pondered in silence. If your majesty has nothing else, I'll leave first. Qin bowed. Tonight, you can go to Ziyuan Palace. Someone is waiting for you there. Rex suddenly said. Ziyuan Palace? The familiar place made Qin memory throb again. The pair of blue eyes that was engraved in his heart appeared in his mind. It was as deep as the sea. Many silent memory fragments began to recover again. Tonight? Only tonight. Rex said calmly, You should understand that she is Sophistry's concubine. Although your short-lived uncle has been dead for a long time, he is still your uncle after all. Do you understand? Qin rubbed his temple. I seem to remember something. When she was a noble lady of the Ryo Empire and a teacher of the Starlight Academy, she eventually became a victim of marriage with an old guy. It was also instigated by your majesty. Yes, for the interests of the empire. for the interests of the empire. Rex's tone was resolute. So, Arthur at that time begged for 3 days and 3 nights, and he was still rejected by your majesty? What a fool! Chen Rui sorted out the large number of memories that had emerged in his mind and shrugged. Rex frowned. With your current judgment, you should understand that the identity of that woman is not suitable for you at all. Princess Rambus is a good match for you. Chen Rui was noncommittal. He said indifferently, similarly with my current judgment, I have figured out more things. His Majesty's decision at that time was not only for Arthur, or rather, sophistry was the real focus. The pitiful uncle sophistry, the pitiful woman, and the pitiful Arthur, they are all just sacrifices. This kind of tone, which was as calm as an outsider's, was exceptionally grating to Rex's ears. Are you questioning me? It's nothing. I'm just feeling a little emotional. After Arthur returned, Ziyuan Palace has been sealed off by His Majesty's Imperial Guards. Now that I have shown some value, His Majesty has changed his original intention and released this bargaining chip, even though she is my dead uncle's woman in name, even though it is only for 1 night. What am I? What is she? Chinrui smiled and looked directly into Rex's somewhat cold eyes. My Majesty, I want to know, in your eyes, apart from yourself, is everyone else just a bargaining chip? No. Rex's voice also became cold, including myself. Chenrui was slightly surprised. He was silent for a while and said, If that's the case, then please forgive me for being rude. Today's topic is no longer suitable to discuss. If there is a chance, I hope to have a smoother conversation with His Majesty. Rex looked deeply at this completely strange son, as if it was the first time he looked at him in such a way. You are not the Arthur I know. As I said, from the moment I disappeared, the prince of that year was already dead. Chen Rui's words had a double meaning. In front of you is a Arthur who has changed a lot in order to survive. Indeed, I can no longer measure you according to the original impression. I really don't know whether I should be sad or gratified, my prince. Rex sighed. Today, you are already qualified to inherit my position. Perhaps you are better than Garfield and Luke. Chinrui noticed that he used prince instead of son, which meant that Rex had raised his position to a real height. This height was also the entrance to another battlefield. Your Majesty, as a ruler, you are still very young. So I think that no matter which prince you are, you should not have too many ideas of biting off more than you can chew. Chinrui seemed extremely calm. The reason why Garfield can jump like this may not be without Rex's help. This emperor's schemes and means were unfathomable, far surpassing reason. The entire empire was firmly controlled by him. This kind of control was naturally unique. Even the closest people would be regarded as enemies if they wanted to touch this control. Although my appearance will break the original balance and even destroy more things, I can promise one thing for sure. I will not shake your Majesty's rule, but I will only make it more stable. Rex raised his eyebrows. So, what do you want? Chinrui muttered the words, holy light robe, in his heart, but he definitely couldn't mention it now. He just showed a faint smile at the moment, you will know. Your Majesty, if you really understand what I want, then it will be the day when Arthur calls father again. Father, not father. Rex the Great leaned on the throne, watching the strange yet familiar figure gradually go away. His eyelids gradually drooped, not knowing if he was lost in thought or reminiscing. In the palace, Chen Rui wandered for a while, and he finally walked in the direction of Ziyuan Palace. Veronica, Sieber, this noble lady of the Ryo Empire, in the view of the huge blue glory royal family, was only a down-and-out branch. This woman who once made Arthur unforgettable was Arthur's most infatuated teacher and sister in Starlight Academy. In the end, because of a tragic political marriage, she was forced to marry Prince Sophistry of the Long Huang Empire, who was older than her father. At the beginning, Arthur begged his father Rex outside the bedroom for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't stop this marriage. Since then, the way Arthur addressed Rex changed from father to Your Majesty. Just as Chun Rue questioned Rex today, this marriage was actually more of a part of Rex's plan. The target was Prince Sophistry, who was more and more powerful at that time and had already threatened the emperor. Less than a year after this marriage, Prince Sophistry and his many wives and children died suddenly because of an accident. Then Veronica exposed a conspiracy against the royal family as a witness, and the result of this incident was a big reshuffle. In the end, Rex the Great completely consolidated his absolute rule, and Veronica was also promoted from a concubine to a legal wife because of meritorious service. Of course, her identity was the widow of the late prince, so she stayed in the palace and couldn't return to the Ryo Empire. Chinrue didn't know the truth of Prince Sophistry's death, but he was sure that whether it was Arthur or Veronica, they were just small chess pieces in the whole game. Poor victims. Now, Veronica was once again used as a bargaining chip, pushed in front of Chinrue. One night, Chinrue's face looked a little gloomy, but it was more because of the anger that came from the part of Arthur. This kind of anger was just an instinctive emotion of the fused consciousness, and it couldn't dominate Chenrue's own thoughts. For Chenrue, at least, he had to see this Veronica, since he had inherited the consciousness and body of Arthur. And since he had already appeared in public as Arthur, it was naturally impossible for him to avoid some things or responsibilities that Arthur had to face. This kind of face would make the state of mind power of the fused soul truly perfect. It was also a necessary path to move forward. In front of him was Ziyuan Palace. A large number of imperial guards stationed at the door had already received the order from Rex the Great, so they didn't stop him and saluted together. Chinrue entered the hall of Ziyuan Palace, unimpeded all the way. The area of Ziyuan Palace was very small, and there were very few people. There were only 2 maids in the entire hall. Chinrue was told that Veronica was in the garden. Chinrue came to the small garden behind the hall. The area of the garden was proportional to the shabbiness of the facilities in front of the palace, but it was the only place in the entire Ziyuan Palace that could be called exquisite. It could be seen that this place was taken care of very carefully. Perhaps it was the only place that Veronica could take care of. There was only one person in the garden. Even if there were thousands of people, his eyes would only see that figure, the figure that haunted the heart of Arthur. This was a feeling that was engraved in his consciousness and even integrated into the emotions of Chenrue. His heart, which had deliberately calmed down, suddenly palpitated uncontrollably. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and he stood there for a moment. The person that could only be seen in countless dreams finally appeared in front of him. The woman slowly turned her head and saw him. Her golden brown hair was scattered casually on her shoulders, and the tight white robe with blue edges showed off her mature and graceful figure. Her face was covered with a veil, and only her blue eyes were deep and beautiful. The moment she saw Chenrue, the woman's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, Chenrue felt that his vision began to blur rapidly. It slowly blurred and then became clearer and clearer. At the same time, the pair of beautiful blue eyes that were as blue as the ocean were flashing with crystal tears. "Little Arthur, is it really you?" The familiar voice seemed to be a little hoarse with excitement, but it was more of an incredible surprise. Chinrue blinked his eyes hard, took a deep breath, and walked forward step by step. "Teacher." Almost without thinking, he called her naturally. "I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, he was tightly held in the arms of the woman. He didn't notice the plump and seductive touch, but completely melted in that kind and warm embrace. At this moment, he was not only Chinrue, but also Arthur, the real Arthur. Chapter 944. After a long time, the two separated and seemed to have calmed down. There was no intense movement. They just looked at each other and sat down on the only 2 stone stools in the garden. "Little Arthur, all these years, where have you been?" "I accidentally went to a dangerous place." Chinrue calmed down and quickly organized his words in his mind. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive until I had the ability to leave that place, accidentally. Veronica looked at him with concern. What happened back then? Chinrue shook his head. I fell into a dangerous place at that time. Although I woke up, I lost a lot of memories. Veronica looked deeply at Chinrue. There was an inexplicable emotion in her blue eyes. She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to touch his face. Then she put it down again. Perhaps you shouldn't have come back. Why, teacher, this is not a place where you can be happy. Perhaps it is more dangerous. Veronica's eyes became gloomy. She lowered her head and sighed softly. Teacher may have said something she shouldn't have said. However, in front of little Arthur, who is like a younger brother, teacher can't control her emotions. It is still the same today. Little Arthur? Younger brother? Chinrue couldn't help but think of some scenes in Starlight Academy. This mature and beautiful teacher had always been the sister who loved Arthur the most. Unfortunately, in Arthur's heart, she was not just a sister. Veronica should also know this. Teacher. Chinrue looked at Veronica. He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you want to leave here?" Veronica raised her head and looked at him in surprise. "I will take you away if you want." Chinrue's expression and tone were extremely firm. Arthur didn't have the courage or ability back then, but I do now. Making her truly happy and giving her true freedom should be Arthur's greatest wish. It might even surpass his desire to possess her. The third prince back then was really a pure and innocent youth. If he could save Veronica, he would be able to completely undo the final knot in Arthur's heart. For Chinrue, if he could take the most crucial step of the perfect fusion of his soul and spirit, his state of mind would become truly perfect. Leave? That year. Veronica seemed to have thought of something. Her hands trembled, and her body trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her reddened eyes. Suddenly, hatred flashed across his blue eyes. Even though the hatred was fleeting, with Chinrue's current strength, he was able to see it clearly, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Hatred, like a furnace of magma. It was suffocating and almost suffocating. His vision and soul were distorted. What kind of hatred and resentment was this? Veronica's violently heaving body gradually calmed down, and the tears in her blue eyes disappeared little by little. She shook her head and said, "That year it really had nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. By the way, it's not appropriate for you to come here. You'd better go back early. Actually, I came here today with the permission of His Majesty." Veronica was shocked and seemed to think of something. A few days ago in the morning, the Ziyuan Palace was sealed by the Imperial Guards. Was it at that time that you— Yes, at that time I rushed to the conference hall and cleared my friend Samuel of the crime of being framed. Samuel, it turned out to be your— Veronica looked very guilty. This knight helped me many times and even found the divine marrow fruit to save my life. Last time, he also defeated Garfield, who had evil intentions, and caused him to be imprisoned in the Thunder Prison. I once pleaded with His Majesty and explained the reason at that time, but unfortunately His Majesty— Later, I heard that Garfield wanted to harm Samuel's wife, so I secretly sent someone to inform her. As a result, this matter was discovered by His Majesty, and I was ordered to stay in the Ziyuan Palace, not even to participate in the trial conference. Later, a large number of Imperial Guards were even sent to seal the Ziyuan Palace until today. So it was Teacher who warned Joanna. Chinrue showed a look of realization. Garfield had once set a trap to lure Joanna to take revenge on Samuel, but in the end, Ina received the warning and saved Joanna in time, avoiding a terrible crisis. The person who informed Ina was actually Veronica. For the kindness that Knight Samuel has shown me, what I have done is only insignificant. But today, I finally know the real reason why Samuel helped me. Veronica finally showed a trace of a smile. Although there was a veil on her face, it gave people a feeling of gentleness. "I should thank you, little Arthur. But you really should go. Today I can stay here for a night. This is His Majesty's permission." There was a hint of mockery on Chun Rue's face. "After I showed a certain value, I received this reward, but only for one night." Veronica was shocked, and her face suddenly became pale like never before. You want to— "Don't worry, teacher." Chinrue smiled and pointed at his head. "Although because of survival, Arthur has lost a lot and changed a lot, some things will not change." Veronica looked at Chinrue's sincere eyes, and her face finally became rosy again. "I'm sorry, teacher, shouldn't have misunderstood you. Teacher, rest well." Chinrue stood up. "This communication badge is for you. If there's anything, you can inform me through the message. If anyone dares to harass you again, I can guarantee that he won't leave in one piece. Your brother and student are no longer the incompetent cowards they used to be. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Veronica looked at Chinrue in surprise. Feeling the gentleness and firmness, her blue eyes showed a gratified expression. She nodded. "Teacher's little Arthur has grown up. Teacher, please bear with it for these days. I will find a way to restore your freedom as soon as possible." Chinrue shrugged and waved goodbye to Veronica. "Teacher can plan a relaxed life in the future. For example, where do you want to go after leaving this annoying birdcage? In short, don't worry about anything." Watching Chinrue walk away step by step until he disappeared, Veronica's eyes suddenly became lonely. She sighed softly. "Little Arthur, you shouldn't have come back." Chinrue left Ziyuan Palace with a smile, but his eyes were unprecedentedly dignified. Due to his own emotional fluctuations, he didn't pay attention. After feeling the terrible hatred, he had subconsciously opened analytical eyes. Veronica's data was race, human, soul variant, comprehensive strength assessment, D SS physique D, SS-strength D, SS-spirit D SS plus, speed DSS, analysis, eyes of deception, body concealment, blood sacrifice soul, heart of hatred. Veronica actually has the strength of a king level. Chinrue was really shocked. With this strength, it was easy for her to leave the palace. So, what is the purpose of her staying here? Garfield's strength is only at the level of pseudo-saint, and he was secretly attacked by Samuel. How can she let such a weak person molest her? Eyes of deception and body concealment should be very powerful shielding abilities. If it weren't for analytical eyes, even with Chenrue's peak kingdom's perception, he wouldn't be able to see through Veronica's true strength. Then does Rex know? Also, did Veronica's strength come from Starlight Academy or after being forced to marry into the Long Huang Empire? What is soul variation? Is it her own strength, or is it controlled by a certain soul? Chinrue suddenly thought of some kind of blood sacrifice ritual that could increase strength, that Archbishop once said. He connected it with the blood sacrifice soul shown in the analysis. He couldn't help but shiver, and a terrifying guess faintly appeared in his mind. "Little Arthur, your rescue mission this time is really a difficult challenge." Chinrue said to himself, took a deep breath, and walked toward the Golden Cloud Palace where he lived. 3 days later, a grand celebration was held in Jinyao territory. This celebration was to celebrate the return of the lord who had been missing for 7 years, the third prince of the empire, Arthur Rowland. Rex the Great and almost all the capital's upper-class nobles attended the celebration. The second prince, Garfield, handed the coat of arms ring representing the lord to the second prince, Arthur, at the celebration ceremony, which also represented the official return of the Jinyao territory to Prince Arthur. Over the years, the second prince, Garfield, maintained a harsh regime of exploitation on the rich Jinyao territory. While a large amount of black crystal coins went into his pocket, it also caused the people to complain. Most of the people began to miss the relatively loose policy when Prince Arthur was still around. Now that they heard that the third prince had returned to the territory, there was a thunderous cheer. This celebration also welcomed a special heavyweight guest, one of the two human mechanic grandmasters, Grandmaster Kukui. Grandmaster Kukui attended with his genius disciple Paluxy. The relationship between Grandmaster Kukui and the third prince, Arthur, seemed to be very close. Meanwhile, the arrogant mechanic master, Paluxy, showed a special respect in front of Arthur, as if she was facing a teacher. The answer was revealed. Grandmaster Kukui announced a shocking news in public. The alchemy world had given birth to the third human mechanic grandmaster. He was also the youngest grandmaster in the history of alchemy. That was the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur. For a while, everyone was shocked. Arthur was no more than 30 years old. He had been unknown before. After disappearing for 7 years, he actually became a mechanic Grand Master. A Grand Master wasn't a master. Even in the entire human world, there were only a handful of potion Grand Masters and mechanic Grand Masters. Before that, there were only 2 human mechanic Grand Masters, namely Kukui and Ferracini. As for Arthur's Grand Master identity, since it came from the most respected Grand Master Kukui, it should be true. The way the dignitaries looked at the Third Royal Highness had changed again. The Cardinal Bishop Glallen of the Church of Light, who attended the celebration, was also shocked again. The future Holy Son and even the future Pope is actually a mechanic Grand Master. At the age of Arthur, whether it was the Empire, the Church, or the mechanics world, his future was immeasurable. If the third prince could officially become the Holy Son of the Church of Light, not only would he be able to create the most powerful equipment for the Church, but the influence of the Church that had been declining due to the Black Death apostles and other reasons would also rise to a new height. The favorite prince of the Dragon Bright Emperor, the mechanic Grand Master who regained the Jinyao territory after disappearing for 7 years, the special envoy of the Ryo Empire, Keen Sieber, secretly calculated the few keywords belonging to Prince Arthur. That's right, I should add one more. The fiancé of the Pearl Princess of the Ryo Empire, Rambus. Chapter 945. Long Huang Empire, Jinyao territory. Facing this huge territory that belonged to him. Thinking of the situation of struggling to survive in the Dark Moon Estate when he just crossed over, Chenrue couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, he didn't have time to feel emotional immediately because Samuel was rushing to report with a solemn face. In the inventory of the entire Jinyao territory, not a single white crystal coin or grain was left. All the management personnel in key positions were evacuated. When Garfield was in power, he had won the qualification for the branch venue of the Human World Trade Conference for the Jinyao territory. Now it was less than 2 months before the conference was held, and many venues had reached the final stage of construction. This was originally a good thing. But how could Garfield let Chenrue take advantage of it? He demolished several key buildings on the grounds that the buildings needed to be rebuilt, took away a group of key engineering personnel, and owed a large amount of wages to the migrant workers. Garfield also secretly instructed several troublesome families to use some deliberately left weaknesses as an excuse to cause trouble. These were naturally the gifts deliberately left by the former second prince, Garfield, to his brother. If it weren't for the 3 days handover, time being too short, Chenrue had no doubt that this guy would demolish the entire Jinyao territory into ruins. Garfield's reason was very dignified. These materials and talents were the results of his 7 years of hard work in the estate. Now that he was handing over the estate, he naturally had to take away his own property. After Rex the Great learned of this, he did not intervene, nor did he provide any assistance. From the moment Arthur left the hall after the argument between the father and son that day, he was not only his most beloved son, but a real prince. As the emperor, he would not interfere in the open and secret struggle between the heirs to the throne as long as it did not touch a certain bottom line. This was the unspoken rule of the empires or kingdoms of all generations. Those who could stand out in the struggle and win the final victory were the best and most suitable candidates to inherit the throne. The sharpness of the sword was sharpened. Rex the Great also wanted to see the real ability of his son, who returned after 7 years. Not only in terms of mechanics. Was he unable to recover from the setback? Or would he become more courageous to resolve the crisis? This was not only a test for Rex, but also a test for the third prince by the spectating forces. Your Highness, I can only take out 700 black crystal coins at most. Samuel lowered his head in embarrassment. In fact, the 700 black crystal coins were Joanna and Ina's money. This gold-tier knight did not have much of a concept of money. Now that he had stumped a hero with a penny, he felt ashamed for the first time. Joanna originally had a lot of money, but in order to rescue Samuel, she had spent almost all of it. Ina had lost almost all of her capital in the Plain of Nightmares, so she was tight on money. 700 black crystal coins was a large sum of money for a commoner's family, but it was a drop in the bucket for the Jinyao territory. Money is not a problem. You don't have to worry about it. Qinrui shook his head. In terms of talent, it gives me a headache. Qinrui was indeed not worried about money. It was a little exaggerated to say that the black crystal coins earned from the Demon Realm magic game were enough to cover the entire Jinyao territory. However, the management of a territory could not be separated from people. This time, Garfield could be described as taking drastic measures and taking away a large number of talents in key positions. Although Qinrui and Isabella were both outstanding internal affairs experts, they could not replace so many talents at the grassroots level. It was just like a pyramid. Without the foundation of the middle and lower levels, no matter how outstanding the top was, it could not be formed. In the long run, money and policies could attract talents, but now time was very tight, and it was too late. I grew up in the Jinyao territory since I was a child. I know some good talents. Some of them are not important in the family. I should be able to recruit them for your highness. By the way, I still have a few confidants in the family. Compet family? Qinrui seemed to have thought of something, and he and Isabella blurted out at the same time. The couple looked at each other and smiled tacitly. This scene made the fairy Miss Long on the side a little envious. Although she didn't understand it, she pretended to understand. Oh. Soon, the patriarch of the Compet family, one of the two major families in the Jinyao territory, and the former financial secretary, Carlo Compet, was summoned to the Lord's mansion. It was not the first time Carlo came to this mansion, but his mood at this time seemed extremely complicated. The third prince, Arthur, had done a great favor to the Compet family back then, so Carlo had sworn allegiance and became the territory's fiscal officer. He was deeply trusted. However, after the disappearance of the third prince 7 years ago, the acting lord, the second Prince Garfield, carried out a great purge in the Jinyao territory. Carlo was dismissed from his position as the fiscal officer, and the Compet family was also persecuted and suppressed by Garfield, squeezing out countless benefits and money. Since the Compet family was the top business family, they were involved in various fields. They were truly rich enough to rival a country, which had aroused a certain fear in Rex the Great. Garfield was the lord and had absolute, full power to deal with the affairs in the territory. So Rex the Great turned a blind eye to Garfield's actions and did not interfere too much. This made the situation of the Compet family even more miserable. Later, Carlo's son, Samuel, defeated the first genius Paul in a duel and was recognized by Rex the Great. He was conferred the title of Golden Knight and became a member of the Dragon Rider Legion. Only then did the Compet family find an opportunity to rise again. Carlo was appointed as the financial secretary. In this favorable situation, Carlo inevitably had new ideas in his mind. Since Arthur had been missing for many years, the Compet family had to find a new reliance if they wanted to maintain stability and further strengthen. Therefore, Carlo considered it over and over again and accepted the olive branch thrown by the fourth prince. Luke, to counter Garfield, who had been persecuting the family. However, there were unexpected events. Carlo accidentally encountered a joint appeal and was dismissed from his post and imprisoned. Samuel also became a prisoner because of the assassination of Garfield. Although he was pardoned by Rex the Great, Samuel was labeled as a degenerate and his life was in danger. Fortunately, the third prince, Arthur, who had been missing for many years, appeared and miraculously reversed the situation and cleared Samuel's name. Now, after Arthur regained control of the Geniao territory, he immediately summoned me. Is it an accusation, or solicitation, or a combination of both? So how should I deal with it? Should I continue to follow the current fourth prince, Luke? Or should I return to be loyal to the old master, the third prince, Arthur? For a moment, Carlo was in a dilemma. Lord Carlo. Chinrue's voice awakened Carlo from his thoughts. In front of your highness, how dare Carlo call himself lord? Carlo bowed deeply. Carlo apologizes to your highness first. I once said to Samuel that no matter if it's you or him, you don't have to apologize to me. Chenrue saw the contradiction in Carlo's mind and smiled slightly. Don't mention the past anymore. Take a look at this first. Carlo took a magic scroll handed over by Chenrue. When he saw the words Fiscal Officer's Letter of Appointment on it, he was secretly nervous. Sure enough, don't rush to refuse or worry. Listen to me first. Chenrue saw Carlo's thoughts. I used to be His Majesty Rex's favorite prince. Of course, I'm not sure if I still like it now. However, what is certain is that I'm now the third prince of the empire, the lord of the Geniao territory, and one of the 3 mechanic Grand Masters of the human race. Carlo nodded. The return of Prince Arthur this time was indeed eye-catching. Just the title of the Mechanic Grand Master was enough to make him famous in the world. You used to be the fiscal officer of the territory, and you were very talented. I've always valued you. This time, when I return, I naturally want to use the old people I trust. This letter of appointment is not for you personally, but for the Kvogt family. The specific candidate will be determined by you. I want real talents. The Kvogt family is one of the 2 major families in the Geniao territory, and it was once my trusted family, so it's reasonable to accept this position. You don't have to refuse, and you can't refuse. Otherwise, I don't mind following Garfield's methods. Yes, Your Highness. Since the other party had already said this, Carlo naturally couldn't refuse unless the Kvogt family didn't want to stay in the Geniao territory anymore. This was definitely unrealistic because this was the foundation of the family. It had a history of dozens of generations. Even in the most difficult times, they had never left, let alone now. One more thing. Samuel will not return to the Kvogt family. I know, Your Highness. Carlo looked sad. He tried to persuade Samuel, but he failed. He knew his son's character very well. Once he made a real decision, he would not change it. Samuel following me is not a bad thing for the Kvogt family or him personally. Chinrue saw Carlo's expression and smiled. It's just like you can't put all your eggs in the same basket. As the master of a big family, you should know this better than me. Carlo used to be one of the directors of the 3 divisions. How experienced was he? He tasted the true meaning of these words. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Is this still the Royal Highness Arthur from 7 years ago? I see. Carlo nodded. Please let Samuel go home as soon as possible, Your Highness. I will officially announce his expulsion from the family. Yes, Sir Carlo is indeed a sensible person. Unfortunately, in some aspects, he is confused and chose the wrong direction to rely on. That's why he was imprisoned previously. Carlo lowered his head with a bitter smile and did not explain. It seems that you haven't really understood yet. Chinrue shook his head. You and the Kvogt family only need to be loyal to one person, and that is His Majesty. No matter what you have to pay, how many benefits you give up, and no matter what benefits or promises Luke gives you, this is the only way for the Kvogt family to survive and develop. Be willing to give up. You can only gain if you give up. Although the Kavag family is currently at a low point, it may not be an opportunity to seek real protection from His Majesty. For the sake of Samuel, I will give you a better chance. The Jinyao territory is about to change dramatically, which will shake the entire empire and even the human world. As a prince and mechanic Grand Master, I will once again be noticed by His Majesty. There is a saying that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Even if it is a father and son for an emperor, he can't ignore some potential threats. Therefore, I need a pair of eyes by my side that can observe the movements for His Majesty at any time. I think the tax officer is the most suitable candidate. Carlo was shocked, and his eyes looking at Chenrue were full of disbelief. When he ended the summons and left the Lord's mansion, Carlo's biggest thought was, Samuel's choice may really reverse the fate of the entire Kavagd family. Chapter 946. That night, Samuel, who was officially expelled from the family, returned from the Cupgrade family and came to the Lord's mansion with a large number of people. To be more precise, this was the breakup fee of Samuel and the family. In the future, regardless of Samuel's life or death, it had nothing to do with the Cupgrade family. But one thing could not be changed. The blood flowing in his body belonged to the Cupgrade family. Even if one day Carlo and the Cupgrade family were destroyed, Samuel could regain his surname and continue the true bloodline of the family. Not putting all the eggs in one basket was the usual method of big families. It was equivalent to a disguised investment. This group of people was specially selected by Samuel from the family. They were by no means old, weak, sick, or disabled, but they were quite capable and reliable talents. Some were good at government affairs, some were good at business, some were strong, and a group of professionals who were specialized in engineering. They were suitable to solve the current crisis. After Chenrue showed Carlo's shocking scheming and courage, the value of this breakup fee had undoubtedly increased several times. Soon, Joanna staged a similar scene in the Philip family. She did not bring back many talents, but she had a lot of money and materials. Slightly different from Samuel's situation, the Philip family took the initiative to show goodwill. With the two legitimate capitals of the Cupgrade family and the Philip family, plus Samuel's activities in the Jinyao territory, Chenrue finally had more resources on hand. He could act boldly. As the first assistant, Ms. Innie began to shine. Isabella was once an important minister in the Obsidian era. She controlled the two lifelines of the fallen angel empire's business and intelligence. Although she was in a semi-retired state after submitting to Chenrue, her ability was still deeply trusted by Jia. She would ask her to solve some problems from time to time. Looking at the entire demon realm, Ms. Innie was a rare internal affairs talent, let alone dealing with this kind of territory. The first thing to solve was the problem of those positions. Although the newly appointed personnel also had some inevitable shortcomings, the general framework of the entire territory had been stabilized. The stagnant and destroyed projects had also begun to be restored and rebuilt. Samuel was most familiar with the situation in the Jinyao territory. Although he had broken away from the Cupgrade family, his prestige and connections did not decrease but increased. He currently served as the sheriff and legion commander of the Jinyao territory. Joanna was a top student specializing in agriculture and animal husbandry at the Empire College. She was also a well-known botanist. She had rich management experience in the Philip family and was appointed as an administrative officer specializing in agriculture. Compared with Samuel and Joanna, Ina was a person of the underworld. She had been a sailor, a scout, a mercenary, a businessman, and so on. Her highest achievement was the leader of the Iron Shield mercenary group, but now this highest was replaced by the chief intelligence officer and city defense captain of the Jinyao territory. With the efforts of Isabella and others, the intelligence department was quickly established. After a decisive thunderous strike, a family that attempted to incite the people to riot was uprooted as a typical example. It was said that a strange guardian of Royal Highness Arthur took action and killed all the enemies at the cost of 0 casualties. The next day, bloody heads were hung all over the city wall, causing a sensation in the entire territory. This bloody suppression of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys completely deterred the rascals. Those families that were ready to make trouble were all well behaved. Even public security had improved a lot. Next, Chenrue abolished more than a dozen harsh decrees originally made by Garfield and issued new decrees, which reduced commercial taxes, encouraged agricultural production, and other measures which caused cheers from the entire Jinyao territory. After this series of measures, Chenrue basically controlled the main veins of the Jinyao territory in his hands. The entire territory did not have the chaos or out-of-control situation that some people expected. Instead, it showed a united and stable atmosphere. This means and the time taken to solve the problem made many eyes pay attention. Rex the Great got the news for the first time. He was silent for a long time on the throne alone, just like when he heard that Arthur only chatted for an hour in Zhuan Palace and left. Garfield looked at the information in his hand. While he was surprised, he sneered coldly. The battle had just begun. Most of the people who were paying attention to the Jinyao territory were shocked. More and more relevant information was being spread in all directions. Soon, new trouble came to the Jinyao territory. A large number of businesses in the territory suddenly withdrew, and many trade channels were blocked by various means. For the Jinyao territory, which mainly relied on commercial taxes, this was tantamount to taking out most of the bones and blood. At the same time, various rumors of the Lord going bankrupt and refusing to pay wages spread everywhere. The branch venue projects that were under construction were stopped. Under the instigation of some people, the people who had just settled down began to stir again. The migrant workers who were originally owed wages by Garfield went on strike, setting off a wave of wage disputes. A series of signs such as unsaleable products, unemployment, and inflation also began to appear. Because all the family assets in the Jinyao territory had been emptied by Garfield, even with some external assistance, the funds in Arthur's hands were almost exhausted by now. The earliest round of taxes would not be in the account until next month, which could not solve the urgent situation at all. The only way was to impose the most damaging tax in advance. However, Chenrue had just announced the tax reduction and other favorable policies. Once he did so, it would be equivalent to slapping his own face, and his prestige in the territory would be greatly reduced. Not only that, the forced tax could barely cope with the crisis of demanding wages, but it could not do anything about the follow-up expenses. Now, because the business had been hit hard, the revenue of the Jinyao territory itself had been greatly reduced, and there were so many projects waiting to be built. It was very difficult to maintain the whole territory, not to mention the branch venue for the trade fair. Arthur had been missing for 7 years. Although he had the title of a guru, his current network was too weak. Even if some families had the ability to lend him a loan or lend him a helping hand, considering various factors, especially the secret warning from the second prince, they did not dare to act rashly under the premise of not having a clear position to stand on. To everyone's surprise, the issue of demanding wages in the Jinyao territory subsided in only half a day. The process was very simple. The Lord Arthur took out hundreds of boxes full of black crystal coins and piled them in front of the workers. He said 3 sentences. Those who complete the work with quality and quantity will be paid double. Those who delay will be paid half. Those who spread rumors will be beheaded immediately. The brilliance of the black crystal coins almost dazzled the onlookers. After the third prince showed his amazing wealth and boldness, many of the rumors that had arisen were immediately discredited. These wealth were definitely not external support, but Arthur's own. However, now the biggest blood-generating mechanism of the territory itself was destroyed. If this problem was not fundamentally solved, even if Arthur had considerable financial resources, he could not fill this bottomless pit. In the view of the experts, this move did not solve the root cause. The crisis in the Jinyao territory had not been fundamentally resolved. In fact, Qinrui's real financial resources were beyond the imagination of the experts. If the Cribbit family was rich enough to rival a country, then Qinrui's wealth was enough to rival the entire world. It was not a problem to raise a mere territory for free. After calming down the wage disturbance, Qinrui not only did not attract businessmen or open up business routes everywhere, but he made a series of strange moves in the territory, such as stepping up the construction of the branch venue, building new shops, renovating roads, and even punishing and cleaning up the relationship network of the businessmen, etc. He seemed to be ready to welcome countless big customers. This made some of the backups that some people had secretly prepared useless, and more people felt incomprehensible. Instead of trying to fill the pit, he dug a bigger pit, which would only cause more losses. What does Arthur want to do? No one knew that His Royal Highness the Third Prince was actually a rich man who had countless financial resources and was the best at making money. The virgin land of the human world was waiting for him to reclaim it. How could he lose money? On this day, a huge figure appeared over the Jinyao territory, almost blocking the sun. The farmers working in the farmland below looked up at this figure in surprise. Giant dragon. This giant dragon flew all the way over the territory and appeared over the city. It then landed and disappeared. Giant dragons had the ability to transform into human form. Once they transformed into human form, almost no one knew where they went. Since the Long Huang Empire itself had the unique Dragon Rider Legion in the human world. For the people of the Long Huang Empire, the giant dragon was not as rare as in other empires or kingdoms. Relatively speaking, the degree of danger was much smaller, so the appearance of this giant dragon did not cause too much sensation. On the second day, another 3 giant dragons appeared in the Jinyao territory. These 3 giant dragons were not to be underestimated. They attracted the attention of many people as they flew over to the Jinyao territory. On the third day, there were 5 giant dragons. On the fourth day, there were 7. On the fifth day, there were 9. The attentive people noticed that the giant dragons that flew over every day were actually different. If it was just one giant dragon, it would not be a big deal. However, there are so many of them for a few consecutive days. This was no small matter. Just the dragons themselves were the focus of attention. With the help of some people, this news quickly spread to the entire Long Huang Empire. Everyone began to discuss it. Could it be that Ryuzuku had a new mission to complete in the Jinyao territory? Unknowingly, the Jinyao territory had become the focus of attention of the entire Long Huang Empire. In fact, the Jinyao territory was also the focus of attention of Ryuzuku. Hey, did you guys see the announcement of the magic game? If you go to the Long Huang Empire's Jinyao territory for a drink, there's a high chance of winning a prize. As long as you take the registration code on the yellow wine bottle and enter it into the game, you can open a special treasure chest. That's no ordinary wine. It's called Yellow Dragon wine. Your level of intelligence should be looked down upon. Flow. I've already returned from that territory. I've obtained a 1-month extension of the game from the treasure chest. I can play for 3 more hours every day. That good. What a good claw. Little Andrew of the Perrin family was lucky. He obtained a golden dragon armor and a dungeon treasure map. Better than me, Alec. I only obtained a black potion that can permanently increase speed by 4 points in the game. Speaking of which, that yellow dragon wine is simply a delicacy bestowed by the dragon god. After drinking that wine, everything else is tasteless. It's a pity that the supply is limited. Each dragon can only buy 3 bottles. I really miss that good wine. Me too. I think there's an event next month too. I must go in advance. Isn't there a saying in the announcement? You get nothing if you're slow. Aha. No, I have to go to that Jinyao territory immediately. Let's go together. Chapter 947. In the Long Huang Empire. In just a few days, there were more and more dragons coming in and out of Jinyao territory. It had long become the focus of all parties. The answer was finally revealed. The The purpose of the dragons coming to Jinyao territory was to buy a kind of wine. This kind of wine had never appeared before. Its name was Yellow Dragon Wine. It was said that the Dragon Emperor Palgoris of Ryuzaku obtained the secret recipe of the wine from an ancient treasure. Unfortunately, it was incomplete and could not be brewed. It was a pity. Later, by chance, the newly promoted Dragon Knight Samuel was rewarded with this incomplete secret recipe by the Dragon Emperor. Samuel used to go deep into the dangerous demon realm for training and happened to get another part of the secret recipe there. After repeated experiments, he finally brewed it successfully and built a secret wine cellar in Jinyao territory. This time, Samuel's injustice was cleared. After returning to Ryuzaku, he offered the best wine to the Dragon Emperor Palgoris. The Dragon Emperor was very pleased and gave it the name Yellow Dragon Wine and listed it as a reward for training in magic illusion in Ryuzaku. Therefore, the dragons flew thousands of miles to Jinyao territory to receive the reward. However, this kind of wine was so wonderful that even the stingiest dragon took out a lot of black crystal coins to buy it. It was not limited to the amount of the reward. Due to the limited number of wine, Samuel had to use a limited purchase method. Each dragon could only buy 10 bottles. Even so, there was still an endless stream of dragons coming. The supply of Yellow Dragon Wine could not meet the demand. Many dragons went to the Lord's mansion and collectively protested to Prince Arthur, who followed Samuel, asking for unlimited sales of this best wine. Prince Arthur had agreed and would order Samuel to speed up the brewing and prepare to sell it to the public. This news whetted everyone's appetite. What kind of wine was it that the dragons of Ryuzaku were so eager to buy it? They even went to the Count's mansion to protest. Immediately, a group of businessmen with a keen sense of smell entered the Jinyao territory and made an appointment with Samuel. They wanted to obtain the right to sell this fine wine, but they were all rejected. They were only provided with a limited amount of free Yellow Dragon Wine every day for tasting. This hunger marketing undoubtedly made the merchants and customers even more thirsty. More and more merchants poured into the Jinyao territory. Those who had tasted the Yellow Dragon Wine agreed that this new wine definitely surpassed any other wine in the world and was enough to set off a worldwide craze. In an instant, not only the Jinyao territory, but the entire Long Huang Empire was in an uproar. At this time, under the coordination of Prince Arthur, Samuel finally began to sell the Yellow Dragon Wine publicly in the city. Among them, the best Yellow Dragon Wine was limited, but the top, middle, and ordinary models could be provided in bulk to adapt to various prices. Every day, there was a long queue in front of the shop. No matter what model of Yellow Dragon Wine, it was snapped up as soon as it came out. 3 branches were open in a row, and it was still very popular. The Yellow Dragon Wine on the black market was even more inflated to a sky-high price. Under such an opportunity, Samuel struck while the iron was hot and announced that the Yellow Dragon Wine would officially provide the first batch of orders at the upcoming trade fair. At that time, the first batch of distributors would be finalized. As soon as this news came out, it immediately aroused great enthusiasm among the merchants, including many large business families. Discerning merchants understood that the Yellow Dragon Wine was definitely a wine that could be sold all over the world. The sales scale and volume in the future would only become larger and larger. Even if they didn't have the opportunity to get an order this time, they must build a good relationship with Samuel and His Royal Highness Arthur. For a time, visitors and gifts came in an endless stream. On the other hand, many people felt sorry for the Kavag family. They actually took the initiative to give up such a cash cow. In this regard, the patriarch of the Kavagd family and Samuel's father, Carlo, could only smile bitterly. In fact, as a father, he knew very well that his son had no specialty in wine making at all, let alone any secret wine cellar. The only explanation was what Prince Arthur said to him at the beginning. Jinyao territory is about to change dramatically, shaking the entire empire and even the human world. The real behind-the-scenes manipulator was this third royal highness. Perhaps the Yellow Dragon Wine was just the beginning. Since Prince Arthur was too busy to meet those visitors in person, he sent the new fiscal officer of the Kvogged family, Stram, to meet them on his behalf and gave some corresponding promises. Most of the visitors returned happily. In the process of the visit, the merchants also scrambled to spread the insider news. An auction would be held at the trade fair 1 month later. The final product was several alchemy works of the third prince, Arthur. This was even more sensational. Arthur was not only the third prince of the empire, but he was also one of the 3 major mechanic grand masters of the human race. Although they didn't know what the auction was, the appearance of the mechanic grand master's works was absolutely not to be missed this time. For a time, people who went to the Jingyao territory were even more eager. Where there were people, there would be consumption. Interests were always the most important thing for businessmen. The originally empty shops began to fill up quietly. Soon they became full. Since the Jingyao territory had the fist product, the yellow dragon wine, this full house was by no means a short-term effect, but a long-term situation. Only now did everyone know why Arthur would take a series of measures, such as repairing shops and roads before. The so-called experts were even more shocked. People gave a thumbs up to the third prince. In the face of various problems, he seemed calm, strategized, and resolved the crisis while talking and laughing. Such ability and momentum were really admirable. In fact, Royal Highness Arthur was very relaxed at present. As the supreme controller of an estate, he didn't have to do everything personally. As long as he used the right people, he could save a lot of energy and avoid many subjective mistakes. Now that there were people like the dear Ms. Innie and the credible knight Samuel, he could naturally drink and chat. The object of Chen Rui's chat wasn't Grandmaster Kui, because Grandmaster Kui had left half a month ago. This exchange gave Grandmaster Kukui a lot of inspiration, so he was eager to go back to study and practice. Sitting opposite Chinrui were 2 acquaintances who were also 2 grandmasters. One was a tall and thin male with a handsome face and pointed ears, which were the characteristics of the elven race. The other was a bearded dwarf with white hair. In contrast to his messy hair, he had a beard that was carefully braided into small braids. In the Emerald Forest Sea, I had a hunch that the youngest human mechanic grandmaster is an acquaintance. From the moment I first entered the Jingyao territory and smelled the faint wine fragrance, I was completely sure it was you. The old dwarf shouted carelessly and took a big gulp of wine. The wine beads splashed on his beard and chest, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he was happy. Although I don't agree with the rude way of drinking dwarves, I have always believed in their sense of smell. The elf elegantly took a sip of the wine and showed a satisfied expression. I really miss it. The yellow wine you gave me last time was drunk by a forest dwarf in less than 3 days. The elf's grand master, Finoya, and the forest dwarf's grand master, Bernard. In front of these 2 trustworthy old friends, Chinrui didn't have to hide or explain too much. He smiled and said, "My friend, don't worry. This time, the wine will definitely fill your stomach. If you can't finish it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Haha. Cheers to your Royal Highness' generosity." The elf blinked and raised his glass. "This prince won't be long. My friend, the relationship between us will have to be clarified again." Chinrui shrugged and raised his glass. The elf grand master nodded knowingly. He understood what he meant. It was just like when Chinrui deliberately attacked Icyril. Today, the elf and the dwarf came here as a grand master to communicate with this human junior who had just become a grand master. The old dwarf held a special big glass and said, "Whether you are a prince or not, for friendship. For friendship." The 3 of them shouted at the same time and drank the wine in the glass in one breath. Even the elegant elf was no exception. "Arthur, Bernard and I can only marvel at you now, especially the magic game that you demonstrated to us. Although it's not an artifact, it's far more magical than an artifact. It's no exaggeration to say that the whole world will change because of it. You're the real Grand Master. I can't afford to say that." Chinrue said a little embarrassedly, I just got some inspiration. Strictly speaking, I plagiarized the idea of another civilization. Besides, the magic firearm is still the idea of Cernoa at my own expense. This was actually the truth, but unfortunately the elf Grand Master and the dwarf Grand Master didn't think so. Bernard said casually, I've seen the original drawing of that magic gun. Compared to the gun you designed in the game, it's like the difference between a newborn baby and a dwarf warrior with a battle axe. Bernard is right. The elf Grand Master pondered for a moment and finally asked a question that was hidden in his heart. I have a question, my friend. I hope you can answer me truthfully. In the instance dungeon of the magic game, what are those monsters? Why do you ask this? Chinrue looked straight into the elf's eyes. My teacher passed a part of his power and memory to me before he died. There's a big secret in it. In this part of the memory, I found something that is very likely to be related to the instance dungeon of the magic game. In other words, it's a shocking coincidence. It's related to the nightmare that the elves encountered 20,000 years ago in the immortal capital of Silver Moon. Chinrue nodded. It's indeed related. In fact, it's based on the transformation of a certain terrifying creature behind those fallen ones. This answer shocked Finoya. Only Bernard didn't understand what was going on and had a puzzled look on his face. I want to ask, what's your relationship with them? Finoya's expression became solemn. I think you've misunderstood something, my friend. Let me make one thing clear first. The elf king, Span, who sacrificed himself to save the elves back then, is my wife's father. Chinrue smiled. Both of you have seen my wife just now. That's Rala, the fairy dragon. This magic game. It's something that Sir Span and I researched together. A look of realization appeared on Finoya's face, and his originally taut nerves immediately relaxed. Back then, the Cloud Empire was controlled by the Black Death Apostles. Countless people were brutally sacrificed. The terrifying Black Death Apostles not only harmed humans, but also extended their evil hands to the jadeite Forest Sea. At that time, the great elf elder Ivrit couldn't resist the temptation and became a fallen elf. This was the beginning of the nightmare for the elves. Ivrit first used the love between Span and the fairy dragon Maria as an excuse to banish the highest commander of the elves, Span, from the jadeite Forest Sea. Then, step by step, he controlled the elf queen. With this kind of cooperation, the Silver Moon Fairy was easily conquered by the Black Death Apostles. The real goal of the Black Death Apostles was the elven sacred tree, the Tree of Nature. They attempted to use it as a medium to continuously instill the resentment energy obtained from the blood sacrifice to open the entrance to the abyss and release the abyss creatures that could destroy the world. At the critical moment, Span led a large number of human and dragon powerhouses to return to the immortal capital of Silver Moon, annihilating all the fallen, and at the cost of his life, he activated the power of the Tree of Nature, completely sealing the entrance. After being saved by the fairy dragon Maria using the secret of life, Span was honored as the Elf King and became a well-known hero of that era. Finoya's teacher was Span's comrade-in-arms. Finoya was worried that this human friend had been tempted by some kind of fallen power. He didn't expect him to be the son-in-law of the Elf King, and the magic game was actually the work of the Elf King. Chinrue didn't mind using his father-in-law's name. He smiled and said, in addition to training and entertainment, the magic game can allow the tester to adapt to more urgent situations, including facing some terrifying existences, whether it's us or our descendants. This is also one of the most important original intentions of the magic game. I understand. It is indeed a great work that can change the world. And your ambition is also great. Finoya got up and bowed deeply to Chinrue. This bow is on behalf of the elves. I won't say any polite words. I only have one request, to promote the magic game in the Silver Moon Fairy capital. No problem. My plan is to popularize this game all over the world, but the specific time of its release has to be delayed. After the millet wine is popularized, I will use the momentum of millet wine to find the best entry point to promote it. However, I can guarantee that other than the original experimental game of dragons, the Jadeite Forest will be the first place to popularize the magic game. And the forest dwarves, Old Bornd added loudly. Of course, Your Excellency, Dwarf Grandmaster. I'm talking about the Jadeite Forest. My friends, they're not just elves. Today, I've gotten to know you better, my human friend. Finoya revealed an elegant smile. I'm honored for this. After you've settled your trivial matters, you must come to the Silver Moon Fairy Capital. There's something I want to give you. Chenrue's interest was piqued. He asked, What is it? You'll know when you come to the Fairy Capital. Finoya revealed a mysterious smile. You won't be disappointed, my friend with great ambitions. Chapter 948. The two mechanical grandmasters from the Jadeite Forest, the elf Finoya and the dwarf Burnt, left the Jinyao territory. It was said that the two visiting grandmasters and the Lord Arthur hit it off at first sight. They forged a friendship in the exchange of mechanics and promised to take out two works to participate in the upcoming auction in the Jinyao territory. This news made people look forward to the trade fair in the Jinyao territory even more. The first sale of the Yellow Dragon wine, the auction of the works of the three Grand Masters. In a short period of time, more and more people poured into the Jinyao territory. The hotels were all full. The businessmen who were the best at seizing the opportunity took the opportunity to launch a marketing strategy of reducing prices before the trade fair. Before the trade fair began, the entire market had already become popular. The previous move of the former lord, the second prince, Royal Highness, to transfer a large number of talents had backfired. Most of the newly appointed personnel were Arthur's people. After a series of purges, the entire territory was firmly controlled by the new lord. Garfield's conspiracy to take drastic measures had been completely shattered. This was a fair and square suppression. In the face of absolute strength, those tricks were simply a joke. The Jinyao territory, Prince Arthur, and the Yellow Dragon wine had become the three most discussed terms in the Longhuang Empire. The third prince, who had returned after 7 years of disappearance, had become the most popular figure in the Longhuang Empire. Many families who were still observing couldn't hold back anymore. They went to the Jinyao territory to visit or even submit. There were also many forces who were still holding back. This was actually an investment, a risky investment. The earlier they entered, the greater the trust and benefits they might gain, but the risk was also greater. Soon, the Triennial Human World Trade Conference began, and Dragonbright Empire became the focus of all the human empires and kingdoms. Merchants from all over gathered in one place, and all kinds of goods dazzled one's eyes. The host city this time was the second largest city in the Longhuang Empire, second only to Longwei City in Eurodisha. However, the glory of this main venue was completely overshadowed by the Jinyao territory, one of the branch venues. An auction held by the newly established Jinyao Auction House caused a sensation all over the world. The first free bidding was a first. A piece of upper legendary equipment produced by a guru was auctioned off at a terrifyingly high price. In addition to the final pieces of equipment made by the three grandmasters, there were also various eye-catching items in the auction, such as the treasures of the dragon race, the artworks of the elves, the 100% purity materials personally refined by Grandmaster Arthur, the ancient civilization battle chess, the diamond chess, and so on. The entire auction site was in high spirits. The economic benefits created were enough to make any territory or even country look up to it. This was only the first auction. Since the auction house had been established, such events would definitely continue in the future. In fact, after this, many territories and countries had begun to imitate Jinyao territory to establish auction houses. Subsequently, the main event of the trade fair, the Yellow Dragon Wine Order Conference, was held, pushing the atmosphere of the entire trade fair to a climax. The first batch of agents was finalized. In addition to the Long Huang Empire, there are also several other large kingdoms, such as the Ryo Empire, the Elves, and the Dwarves. According to the plan announced in Jinyao territory, the yellow dragon wine would be gradually spread throughout the human world in an orderly manner. Many merchants who did not get orders received various levels of VIP cards, which allowed them to buy limited quantities of the best yellow dragon wine at a discount and in excess. The VIP card with the highest authority also gave priority to the next batch of yellow dragon wine orders. With the help of the trade fair, the Jinyao territory also introduced the concept of contribution value, which could be reflected in the development of the Jinyao territory in a numerical way. Contribution value included several assessment criteria, covering various aspects such as commerce, agriculture, public security, and so on. The higher the contribution value, the more benefits one could obtain. These benefits included many coveted aspects, and the VIP card for the yellow dragon wine was one of them. There were also regular tax exemptions, tax reductions, auction rebates, auction VIP cards, and even priority selection of positions. These measures greatly stimulated the development of the entire Jinyao territory, and in a short time, everyone was stunned by the results. Less than 2 months after Qin took over, the entire Jinyao territory showed unprecedented prosperity and vitality, far exceeding the state under Garfield's rule. Everyone could see that this was just the beginning. Not to mention Garfield or Luke, even the most outstanding elites of the Empire's government council and the financial secretary could not compare to the third prince's ability in managing the territory. Ziyuan Palace, Garden. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, Arthur, was sitting in the newly built pavilion with Veronica, enjoying the flowers and chatting. The garden was still beautiful, but the facilities and maids in the Ziyuan Palace were far better than when Qin first came. The treatment was at least 3 times better, and Qin could also enter and exit the Ziyuan Palace at will, because he had shown strength beyond expectations. As Rex the Great said, everything could be used as a bargaining chip. Teacher, what do you think of this wine? Veronica put down the glass, and her face behind the veil seemed to blush. She praised, "It is indeed worthy of being the best wine that is popular in the world. Even in the depths of the palace, I have heard of the name Yellow Dragon Wine. I heard that such a bottle of the best wine can be sold for hundreds of black crystal coins outside. As long as teacher likes it, the rest is not a problem." Qin smiled slightly. "This time I came in a hurry, so I only brought a few bottles for teacher to taste. I will send a few boxes over later." Veronica shook her head. "No, I am not good at drinking. In contrast, I prefer the tea you made last time." "No problem, but only I can make it myself," Qin said with a smile. "Teacher, please suffer for a while. I will work harder and strive to let teacher leave this place where you are not free as soon as possible. At that time, teacher can drink the tea I made every day. Leave." Veronica's blue eyes were slightly hazy, and she sighed. "Little Arthur, thank you for your kindness, but my identity is a little special after all. Don't think too much about it. Now you should focus on dealing with the affairs of the estate. Teacher, don't worry. The development of the estate is quite good now. Garfield's tricks have long become a laughing stock." Qin sneered. "Actually, Garfield's tricks are fine, but this guy actually dared to be rude to teacher. I will never let him off easily. Teacher, please rest assured." When Qin said this, he kept looking at Veronica's eyes. When mentioning Garfield, Veronica frowned and showed a look of disgust, but her emotions did not change at all, just like her silent and unmoving heart. Even Qin found it difficult to capture her true emotional changes. "Forget it. Didn't you say that he has already received that kind of punishment?" Veronica sighed. "Let's not talk about this first. You seem to be a little carried away now. Although I don't know much about politics, after all, I have stayed in the palace for so long and have seen many things. If you want to survive in this kind of struggle and even go further, you must remember one word: caution. even if you are outstanding and far surpass all the competing princes. Don't forget that there is still His Majesty above you. This is the most important point that cannot be ignored, understand? Shinrue showed a look of surprise. This surprise was not completely fake. He did not expect Veronica to say such words. In fact, his real purpose was not to surpass the competitors like Garfield and Luke, but to surpass Rex, the great emperor of Dragon Brilliance, the emperor who could use himself as a bargaining chip. I understand, teacher. Shinrue nodded. No matter what, Veronica's words were very pertinent. Since you understand, don't waste all your time here in the future. Veronica looked at him deeply. Let's be frank, little Arthur. I have always understood your feelings, but I am really not suitable for you. Is it because you were the victim of that damned political marriage or conspiracy? Shinrue clenched his fists. So what if you are Uncle Arthur's wife? Not to mention that the old guy is already dead. Even if he is still alive, I will not give up. As long as I have absolute power and strength, everything will be justifiable. I did not have this ability in the past, but now I do. No, even if you really become the supreme ruler of the entire empire in the future, I will only be your teacher and sister or even nothing. If you really respect me, don't ever cross that line, okay? Teacher, you still don't understand. Shinrue sighed and did not avoid her direct gaze. He pointed at his heart. No matter in the heart of this fellow Arthur, whether he sees you as a teacher, sister, or something else, there's one thing that has never changed, and that is love. Veronica's gaze was a little frozen. At this moment, Shinrue clearly felt that there seemed to be a slight tremble in his silent heart. A relative once told me that if you like someone, you hope to live happily with her forever. And if you love someone, even if you don't have yourself, you also hope that the other party will live happily. Little Arthur doesn't know what the teacher experienced in the past and doesn't even know what the teacher is thinking in the heart now. He simply hopes that the teacher can be happy no matter whether he can have Veronica Roland Sieber or not. No, it has nothing to do with all the damn surnames, just Veronica. Veronica trembled and lowered her head, as if she did not want Shinrue to see her eyes. The fluctuation of the mood became more obvious. This was the true intention of the pure little Arthur in the past, and also the strong desire left in his consciousness. Only true feelings could cause the heart to be touched. A teardrop dropped from her drooping face to the ground, and it quickly seeped into the soil and disappeared. What if the teacher asks you to leave this place, far away from the Long Huang Empire? Shinrue's heart skipped a beat, but he frowned. Why? Veronica did not answer. She lowered her head and did not speak. It seems that the teacher is not feeling well today. I will leave first. After a long while, Shinrue stood up. I can feel that there is a shackle in the teacher's heart. I will definitely unlock it, even if I have to pay everything. It was not until Shinrue's figure completely disappeared from her sight that the faint voice sounded. Little Arthur, you are wrong. There is no shackle in my heart because I no longer have a heart, not even a soul. She slowly raised her head, and the tears had already evaporated. Her blue eyes were filled with indifference and destruction. Chapter 949. On the way out of Ziyuan Palace, Shinrue was lost in thought. Veronica asked me to leave the Long Huang Empire because the return of the prince, Arthur, will cause some kind of obstacle which will put Arthur in danger. When Shinrue said to Veronica, without reservation, about the true feelings of Arthur, he keenly captured a subtle emotional fluctuation with his kingdom peaks, sensing power. That was fear. Veronica is actually afraid. Veronica, who is at the kingdom level, is afraid of Arthur, whose apparent strength is not even at the Demon King level. It should have nothing to do with strength, but with heart. Her heart seems to be frozen. It is so cold that it can isolate everything, but she is afraid of the sincerity that can melt the coldness. This state is somewhat similar to Isabella back then. This fluctuation was only fleeting, and it soon returned to silence. Chinrue would definitely not give up like this, whether it was to figure out the truth or for the sake of the perfection of the state of mind. He would approach the frozen heart again. No matter what the truth was, Chinrue would do everything to try to save her. For this, he had made various psychological preparations, including giving her the final relief. His Royal Highness. The voice of the Imperial Guard at the entrance of Ziyuan Palace interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. His Majesty has ordered your Highness to go to the side hall to discuss matters. Chinrue nodded and walked toward the side hall of the palace. When he was in the corridor, two people happened to walk over from the opposite side. One of them was the second prince, Garfield. Garfield was talking and laughing with the man next to him just now. When he saw Chinrue, his face suddenly turned cold. Second brother. Chinrue greeted him with a smile. Brother Arthur. Garfield barely smiled. You are in the limelight recently. The entire empire is talking about the yellow dragon wine. I have to thank second Imperial brother for taking care of the Jinyao territory for so many years, especially when I left. This was an obvious irony. Garfield couldn't help but snort coldly. The dirty tricks he left behind when he handed over the Jinyao territory had instead highlighted Arthur's extraordinary talent. The current development of the Jinyao territory had far exceeded the level he had been operating for 7 years. It was easy to see who was better and who was worse at a glance. The atmosphere froze for a moment. At this time, the handsome, purple-haired man on the side spoke in time. Proyo Kulvik greets your highness. This name made Chinrue raise his eyebrows. Proyo was the eldest son of Kamoski, the dean of the military council, the deputy commander of the Dragonscale Legion, a rising star in the Empire's military, and the fiancée of Princess Fei, or the younger sister of Arthur, from the same mother. Fei gave Chinrue a good impression, especially the special sense of intimacy. The Jinyao territory was adjacent to the imperial capital, but it was at least a day's journey from Jinyao City to Yarodisha. In just 2 months, Fei had come to the Jinyao territory more than 10 times. Even during the territory's most difficult times, the princess even took out her private money to help her brother. So it's General Proyo. I heard that you just returned from the Winter Fortress? Nice to meet you. Chinrue nodded to Proyo. Unfortunately, I have to go see His Majesty now. Let's get together again next time. Proyo laughed. I've heard about the reputation of the yellow dragon wine all the way from the Winter Fortress to the imperial capital. Since your highness has asked, I have to go to the Jinyao territory to drink. I hope your highness won't be stingy then. You're welcome. Chinrue glanced at Garfield. As for some people, don't come to ask for humiliation. After saying that, he didn't even look at the ashen-faced Garfield and walked straight ahead. In the side hall, Chinrue met Rex the Great. Did you just go to Ziyuan Palace? Yes. You seem to have been there a little more recently. Is there nothing to do in your territory? It's all right. Chinrue nodded. The territory is developing very well now, so I don't have to worry about it for the time being. Are you showing off? Yes. Chinrue's answer was a little surprising. If I don't even have the capital to show off, I don't deserve to stand in front of His Majesty. Rex the Great's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know if I should admire or hate your confidence, but excessive confidence is pride. Your achievements are still insignificant. In other words, it's far from the time to be proud. I know. Chinrue smiled faintly. These are indeed insignificant, or should I say it's just a warm-up. I believe the real show is about to begin. In all fairness, the achievements of the Yellow Dragon Wine, the auction, and the rapid pacification and development of the Jinyao territory could not be achieved even by Rex the Great himself or any talent in the Empire. And these were just warm-up? Rex the Great raised his eyebrows. After 7 years, this son had really changed completely. Whether it was his words or actions, they were greatly unexpected, almost out of control. As a father, he felt a little gratified. but for Dragon Bright Emperor, who was used to being in control of everything, it was more not gratification. Very well. I'm looking forward to your real show. Rex the Great nodded and changed his tone. Today, I called you here for another matter. I wanted to send someone to the territory to inform you, but since you happen to come to the palace, I'll tell you in person. The news of your return has spread throughout the human world, including our biggest ally, the Ryo Empire. Your marriage with Princess Mingju Rambus has been delayed for 7 years, and it's time to draw a perfect end. Last time, you disappeared before the engagement ceremony, and according to the royal etiquette, this ceremony must be completed first. So, before the 20th of next month, you have to rush to the Ryo Empire to hold the engagement ceremony with Princess Rambus, and then bring Princess Rambus back to the Empire to complete the wedding. Go to the Ryo Empire for the engagement, and then return to the Empire to complete the wedding? Chinrue was shocked and deliberately asked, "Can I refuse?" Rex the Great glanced at him. "What do you think?" "I have a condition." Rex the Great snorted. "You're not qualified to talk about conditions now." "I am." Chenrue's words carried an unquestionable firmness, although the strength that he had shown so far was only at the soldier level, and Rex the Great's strength was at the peak of the saint level. But when these two words came out, even the Emperor could not help but tremble. Rex the Great took a deep breath and did not continue to struggle on this qualification issue. "Veronica!" Chinrue changed his mind and asked, "No? Didn't your Majesty say that anyone can be a bargaining chip?" A strange light flashed in Rex the Great's eyes, and he shook his head with certainty. "Your trading qualification is not enough, my son." "Son? Not a prince?" Chinrue revealed a strange expression. "That is really surprising, your Majesty. In my opinion, she is nothing more than a pitiful sacrifice and does not have much value anymore. Suddenly dying from an illness, going missing, or other reasons are completely enough to fulfill this transaction. However, judging from your Majesty's determination, it seems that you would rather give me the Dragon Rider army. No, even the Holy Light Robe, than let Veronica go with me?" The real focus of these words was not Veronica, but the Holy Light Robe that was used as a metaphor. Rex the Great didn't have too many suspicions. He merely smirked and said, "No matter which it is, you're far from qualified. However, if you're really interested in an army, I can consider sending you to a fortress for training for a period of time. It is just a metaphor. My hobby is internal affairs, and I am temporarily not interested in the army." Chinrue spread his hands to show that he was not interested. "I should return to the territory first. Today is the 3rd, and next month is the 20th. There is only 1.5 months left. I need to seriously think about some things. It should not be some kind of clumsy plan to escape marriage or feign illness, right? How could it be? Your Majesty is looking down on me too much." Chinrue shrugged. "But to be honest, this marriage is coming too quickly. I am not mentally prepared at all. Can you?" Rex the Great immediately interrupted. "No. The Long Huang Empire and the Ryo Empire have been preparing for 7 years. As for you, you do not need to prepare anything at all, and don't even think about delaying it. It is impossible even for a day. What if I want to accumulate some bargaining chips before that?" Your intelligence and attention seem to have been diverted in the direction of stupidity. Rex the Great said coldly, "I do not care what plans or transactions you have. This time, you must go to the Ryo Empire. I will send Proyo and the elites of the Dragon Scale Army to escort you there. There cannot be any accidents." "Okay, your Majesty, if it is your order." Chinrue sighed and agreed. As for going to the Ryo Empire to participate in the engagement ceremony, he had no particular resistance in his heart because the national relic of the Ryo Empire was his goal. Besides, the ambitious Princess Mingju was also an old friend whom he had met a few times. He believed that they would have a common topic at that time. The elf Grand Master, Finoya, invited him to the Jadeite Forest Sea when he was free. He said that he had something to give, so he could go there on the way this time. This time, the Ryo Empire must be energetic. You represent the face of the entire Long Huang Empire. I can see that you have almost forgotten the palace etiquette. I will send someone to teach you. As for the engagement gift, as a mechanic grandmaster, I believe you don't need me to worry about it. You can go back to the estate now. Go back directly. Chen Rui bowed and frowned a little, as a bargaining chip. Veronica seemed to be placed in a very high position by Rex the Great. Is it especially against me, Arthur? The most troublesome thing was that although the wedding time with Rambus was expected, it came too soon. At this time there was still a month and a half before the engagement time of the Ryo Empire. If he used the teleportation circle directly, it would take at least half a month on the road. Then he had less than a month left. Chen Rui's original plan was to promote the yellow wine first, then promote the magic game and the ancillary product, the magic phone, step by step to the entire human world. After that, he would use this as a bargaining chip to have a showdown with Rex the Great and get the holy light robe of the Long Huang Empire. At the same time, he would deal with Veronica's matter and then go to the Ryo Empire to get the Holy Grail. His final destination was the most difficult mission location, Holy Mountain of Light. It was very likely that he would encounter a fierce battle at the Holy Mountain. He might even face a strong enemy like Michael again, but there would be no worries at that time. He just had to take Tiffany away and realize the origin of creation at the same time. It didn't matter even if he was exposed. Therefore, he must deal with all the affairs at the beginning. Now that the wedding was going to be held so soon, it was equivalent to completely messing up his plan. The promotion of the magic game was not like the yellow wine. It needed to build base stations one by one. With the current influence of Arthur in the Jinyao territory, a month was not enough to popularize it in the entire human world. Chapter 950. When Chen Rui returned to the territory, night had fallen. However, there was an unexpected visitor waiting for him in the mansion. It was Cardinal Birmingham of the Church of Light. The Church of Light had 3 cardinals, but these 3 cardinals belonged to 3 factions. These 3 factions represented the 3 supreme angels of light. They had been established in the church for many years and had always been as stable as a rock. Rog, whom Chen Rui first met, belonged to Pope Fendi's faction, which was Michael's faction. Glallen belonged to the Patriarch and Saintess Eudora's faction, which was Raphael's faction. Birmingham in front of him belonged to another Patriarch, Pusmer's faction, which was Gabriel's faction. When Chen Rui followed Ben Hong to the Holy Mountain of Light last time, he sensed Tiffany's existence. However, due to the urgent situation, he didn't have time to investigate. He didn't know whether Tiffany was in the Holy Mountain of Saintess Eudora or Patriarch Pusmer's Star Peak. In fact, he left a star point in front of the Shrine of Light at that time. Later, he used stealth to venture there once, but the shrine that was originally close at hand could no longer be seen. There were powerful ancient runes everywhere, which sealed all the nearby space. If it weren't for Chen Rui's extremely sensitive reaction to the ancient runes, he would have been lost there if he returned immediately before touching the runes. This was also the reason why Chen Rui was close to Glallen. Now that Birmingham came to visit, he must have gotten news about the Crown of Thorns and came to fight for the title of Holy Sun. Birmingham was a strong-looking man who looked younger than Glallen. His eyes were sharp, but when facing Chen Rui, he still showed a very polite attitude. His Royal Highness, it's the first time we meet. Please forgive me for coming so suddenly. Chen Rui said in his heart, it's not the first time we meet. I even gave you a star explosion when we were on the snow peak of the snow tree. However, he could only pretend to be innocent now, not at all. I've heard a lot about Sir Birmingham's reputation. It's an honor for the entire Jinyao territory to be able to come here. Please sit down. His Royal Highness is too polite. Birmingham sat down. His Royal Highness is the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, the Lord of Jinyao, and one of the 3 human mechanic Grand Masters. Even the most experienced elf Grand Master, Fenoya, praised Royal Highness's alchemy attainments. In just 2 months, the Jinyao territory has developed to an amazing level. The yellow dragon wine is famous all over the world. It's my honor to be able to meet His Royal Highness. I'm just lucky to get the inheritance of the ancient civilization. How can I deserve such praise from Sir Birmingham if I copy the achievements of the predecessors? Chinrue smiled slightly. Arthur's possession of the ancient civilization's inheritance was already an open secret for the people in the circle. This was also the most reasonable explanation for why he possessed the grand master-level mechanics. No one can deny that luck is also a kind of strength. For example, the crown of thorns. Birmingham's tone changed, and he finally got to the point. The crown of thorns is indeed luck and also an accident. Chinrue frowned and shrugged. There are many accidents in this world. For example, I disappeared for 7 years, or I suddenly became a Grand Master. Oh yes, it's also an accident to be able to meet Sir Birmingham. It's a pleasant accident. Chinrue said a few words and changed the topic unhurriedly. While Birmingham chatted with him aimlessly, he frowned secretly. This third prince is really not simple. He's so calm at such a young age. Your Royal Highness, you're a sensible person, so I won't beat around the bush. Birmingham smiled. Actually, your Royal Highness should have guessed my intention of coming. I wonder if your Royal Highness intends to become the God of Light's favored one? I've been recognized by the Crown of Thorns. Naturally, I can't ignore the relationship with the Church of Light. Chinrue said calmly, however, I'm the third prince of the Long Huang Empire. I'm also a strong contender for the throne in the future. I'm sure you won't deny this, right? There's no conflict between the ruler of the empire and the God of Light's favored one, or even the leader of the entire church. If possible, there will be the first double king in human history to control both the Holy Empire and the Church at the same time. Not only is this unprecedented, but it's also very likely that no one will be able to do so in the future. His Holiness Pasmer and all the forces of the Star Palace will fully support your Royal Highness to leave such a mark in the history books that countless future generations will look up to. Looking at Birmingham's smile, Chinrue said calmly, the same words were said by another cardinal bishop of your church, Sir Glallen. The only difference is that my supporters have changed to Her Holiness Saintess Eudora and the Holy Palace. I'm very curious. Should I pay attention to this difference between the believers of the God of Light? Birmingham's expression froze, but he quickly responded, just like the difference between the second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince in the Dragon Emperor Empire, there are also some corresponding differences in the Holy Mountain. The difference is that the differences in the Holy Mountain will not end with the passage of time. Therefore, your Royal Highness doesn't need to care too much about this difference, but you can't completely ignore it. In essence, we are all believers of the God of Light. Chinrue revealed a playful look. Sir Birmingham, do you mean that there's no difference between me recognizing the support of His Holiness Pasmer and the Star Palace and recognizing the support of Her Holiness Saintess and the Holy Palace? Birmingham's eyes flickered. Yes. Since there's no difference, why should I choose the Star Palace? Chinrue's smile became more and more meaningful. I know Sir Glallen first. To be honest, my friendship with Sir Birmingham is not as good as Sir Glallen. Birmingham calmed down. Friendship is a kind of bargaining chip. As long as the bargaining chip is enough, it can be traded. Your Royal Highness can manage the Jinyao territory to this extent in such a short time, so you should know this better than me. Bargaining chip? Chinrue smiled. Any bargaining chip? Birmingham nodded. As long as it's within my ability, anything. What if it's the Holy Light Robe and the Holy Grail? Chinrue looked into Birmingham's eyes. I've already obtained the Crown of Thorns. Sir Birmingham should know what I want. It seems that Glallen has already told your Royal Highness about the 3 holy relics. Birmingham nodded slowly, but then shook his head. It's a special time now. The Church is working with the two holy empires to deal with the Black Death apostles, so it's not realistic to directly ask for the Holy Light Robe and the Holy Grail from the two empires. However, for your Royal Highness, these two items are not difficult to obtain. The Holy Light Robe is basically in your Royal Highness's pocket. As for the Holy Grail, I've heard about the announcement of the Ryo Empire's engagement. With the Pearl Princess, it's not impossible for your Royal Highness to win back the beauty and the holy relics at the same time. Of course, whether it's the former or the latter, I think your Royal Highness should be very clear that you can't do without the Church's support. These words were actually similar to what Glalin had said previously. Chinrue nodded. He already had an idea in his heart. It seemed that the path of directly obtaining the holy relics from the two holy empires with the help of the Church was indeed not feasible. At least with Arthur's current identity, it was impossible. What if I only want the beauty and the holy relics? Chinrue thought. Or what if the woman I want is someone else? What a surprising choice! Birmingham was slightly surprised. He thought of some of the information he had about his Royal Highness Arthur, as passed and nodded. Is your Royal Highness mentally prepared to become enemies with the Ryo Empire? If it's His Holiness, the Holy Sun, who serves the God of Light wholeheartedly, then it can be justifiable, and the Church should be able to resolve it satisfactorily. Is that so? Chinrue's smile became even more resolute. Then, I want to know some information about the Star Hall, including His Holiness Pusmer and the other members. It's best if you can be more detailed. Birmingham's eyes lit up even more. While the two were talking, Samuel came to report Cardinal Roger of the Church of Light has arrived in the territory of Jinyao and is currently staying in the Red Eagle Hostel. He sent a messenger with gifts and said that he will visit your Highness tomorrow morning. Got it. Samuel, go to the Red Hawk and on my behalf to thank Lord Rog. Tell him that I will be waiting for Lord Rog at the mansion tomorrow morning. Understood. Birmingham's face darkened. Humph, Lord Cardinal Rog, you're so arrogant. Compared to the other Grand Cardinal who has been waiting in the mansion for a whole day, he is indeed a little different. I feel more sorry for Lord Birmingham. Your Highness is too polite. Birmingham smiled. Actually, I didn't wait here for a whole day. I went to your Highness's territory during the day. The Jinyao territory is indeed the richest territory of the Long Huang Empire. Especially after this trade fair, the Yellow Dragon wine will become the most famous wine in the world. It's just, please forgive me for being straightforward. Due to your Highness's short return time, coupled with the previous Royal Highness Garfield, there are still many flaws in the Jinyao territory in terms of manpower, material resources, control, and other aspects. If your Highness wants to have absolute control of the territory, the road ahead is not smooth. His Holiness Pusmer once told me to do everything to help your Highness. I don't know if your Highness will accept this kindness. Also, as a mechanic grandmaster, your Highness will definitely need various materials. The Star Hall happens to be in charge of a large number of related resources. Your Highness can take whatever you want. Sure enough, there was motivation when there was a competitor. Birmingham, who was still hiding previously, immediately showed all his chips when he heard Roger's arrival. In the same way, Roger and Glalin would also become one of the bidders. However, these guys didn't know what kind of surprise the Holy Sun that they were bidding would bring to the Holy Mountain of Light. An idea suddenly appeared in Chenrue's mind, and his eyes glowed with a bright light. Sir Birmingham's kindness is really hard to refuse. Chenrue nodded. For the sake of this friendship, Sir Birmingham, let me give you a hint. I like money very much, because no matter where it is, the benefits that money brings are always beyond imagination. Birmingham was a little surprised. How much does your Highness want? I think you misunderstood, Sir Birmingham. What I wanted wasn't inflexible money, but a way to make money, just like the Yellow Dragon wine. According to my insider information, Ryuzaku has recently developed a magic training game. Unfortunately, those stubborn dragons are unwilling. As Chenrue said, He habitually narrowed his eyes slightly. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was going to play dirty. Chapter 951. Under the moonlight, Birmingham hurriedly left the Lord's mansion in Genial City with his entourage. He had gotten what he wanted. To be more precise, he knew what Arthur wanted. Ryuzaku, the magic game developed by the dragons, could allow everyone in the area to train and improve themselves in a magical illusion. This game could even cover the whole world, benefiting every user. This was an amazing innovation and a huge business opportunity, just as Prince Arthur said. Unfortunately, unlike the replenished millet wine by the Dragon Knight Samuel, the Dragon Emperor did not agree to Arthur's request to promote the magic game worldwide. This was probably because of the selfish nature of the dragons. They only wanted to keep this good thing for themselves. What Arthur wanted was the right to sell the magic game. Of course, this pie was too big to be eaten by just Genial territory. Therefore, Arthur was willing to share the profits of the magic game with the Church of Light. Of course, before that, the dragons would definitely take the majority of the total profits. Genial territory was responsible for all the equipment for the magic game signal tower and all the sales and operations related to the magic game. The church was responsible for setting up the magic game signal tower in the Temple of Light in every parish and promoting it to all empires and kingdoms. For the Church of Light in every town, it was easy to set up the signal tower, and it was even easier to promote it. If the magic game was really as Arthur said, that it could bring huge profits in the long run, then this investment was not a big deal at all. Instead, the church would benefit greatly. Genial territory was also a good deal. This was indeed a win-win situation for Arthur and the church. If the short-sighted and selfish dragons were included, it would be a win-win situation for all three parties. What was a bit troublesome was that Arthur used this as the standard to choose a force. In other words, among the three forces of the church, whoever could give him the agency of the magic game, he would accept that party's invitation and officially join the church as the Holy Son. This invitation obviously represented Arthur's future choice. Although it was a bit unpleasant for the three forces of the church to participate in this kind of competition, Arthur did have the capital to do so. Now that the snow tree was missing, the crown of thorns was the only replacement. What made Birmingham the happiest was that Arthur gave him the biggest advantage. That was, Birmingham was the first to get the news, which meant that the other two forces did not know about Arthur's decision. In this kind of competition, time was the key to victory. Speaking of which, the dragons were in some trouble. The strongest Saint Dragon branch had split into two factions. One was Ryuzaku, and the other was the church. Although Rodriguez later betrayed the dragons, there was always a big knot between the church and the dragons. If he went to Ryuzaku to discuss cooperation, he did not know what the result would be, but one thing was for sure: he would be asking for trouble. As for how to negotiate with the giant dragons, it was the matter of the big figures above him. It had nothing to do with him. Getting the answer from Arthur was not a great achievement, but it could be said that he had successfully completed the task. What Birmingham needed the most now was to report this matter to Pusmer as soon as possible. The Star Hall's action would be ahead of the other two forces. The next morning, Chenrue met with the visiting Cardinal Rog in the Lord's mansion. Unintentionally or unintentionally, he pointed out Birmingham's bargaining chip. After Rog increased his offer without hesitation, Royal Highness Arthur finally said what he wanted: a magic game. Rog left in a hurry. In the afternoon, Chenrue visited Glalin, who was still in his territory, and the previous scene was repeated. Glalin left in a hurry, just like before. Behind him was the Lord Smile. Just when he was worrying about the magic game, the Church of Light came knocking on his door. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. What a good person. Moreover, with the magic game launched in this form, even if Arthur was exposed or fell out with the church in the future, it would not be banned, because this was a reserved program of the selfish dragons. Arthur was just greedy for huge benefits and wanted to use the church to earn money. What's more, once the church got the huge benefits of the magic game, they would not abandon this cash cow. With the power of the Church of Light, the magic game would begin to spread throughout the human world at a speed far beyond expectations. Even if Chen Rui was not in the Jinyao territory, he did not have to worry too much. He could implement his next plan with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Chen Rui, who could not stop smiling, once again gave each of the 3 cardinal bishops a stack of good person cards in his heart. 2 days later, the Lord's mansion. Aunt Maria. Chen Rui looked at the projection of the fairy dragon mother-in-law, held the hands of Isabella and Rolla next to him, and smiled. The mother-in-law looked at the 2 daughters snuggling happily around her human son-in-law. It seems that you have been very happy recently, my daughter. As for you, greedy human, although I have always been very dissatisfied with your amorous feelings, Sir Dragon Emperor appreciates you, surprisingly. So, I will reluctantly praise you. You did a good job in this matter. Having said that, the fairy dragon mother-in-law looked at the human with great satisfaction. Her son-in-law was so talented, and she also had face in front of the Dragon Emperor. The most important thing was that the 2 daughters were very happy. The Church of Light has always been at odds with Ryuzaku, but now they are scrambling to cooperate with Ryuzaku. This is indeed something that makes His Majesty Palgoris happy. Chinrue also smiled. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor was not a kind person. Since the Church of Light came to ask, and it was not a force, he would not be Palgoris if he did not ask for conditions. He would make a lot of money, no matter what. I think His Majesty Palgoris should pay attention to the limits. After all, this is a business that will also bring great benefits to the dragons. However, the dragons must keep things related to Richard a secret, especially from guys like Stanwell and Perrin. Rest assured, this involves the development and interests of the entire dragons, and His Majesty the Dragon Emperor has his own considerations. In this world, there is a magic called memory erasure. If necessary, His Majesty Palgoris does not mind using it on all the dragons. The last sentence moved Chinrue a little. The boldness of the seemingly lazy Dragon Emperor was truly astonishing. By the way, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor wants to ask for your opinion. Which party should the agency be given to? Chenrue did not think too much, directly saying the name of a force. This was another thing he had gained from his chat with the 3 cardinals. This allowed him to carry out his plan with more peace of mind, placing the Holy Mountain of Light as the last stop of the main mission of the human world. Patience can bring more benefits, but don't go overboard lest things backfire. I don't have much time left. I believe that with His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's wisdom, he should be able to control this, right? Of course. Marilla nodded. The communication magic is about to end. Rala, Innie, you have to be careful. Although Mom is not by your side, she will always be watching from behind. Rala and Isabella nodded together, and Marilla's figure gradually faded, disappearing in a flash. Hey, why are your eyes red? You haven't left Ryuzaku for long, right? Especially you, Rala. You've been away from home for tens of thousands of years and have been staying in the demon realm. Now that you've met Aunt Marilla, why do you seem to have become so fragile? Ouch. Before she finished speaking, the soft flesh on someone's waist was pinched by fingernails from both sides almost at the same time. Rala, I heard that someone seems to be going to the Ryo Empire to marry his fiancée. That Princess Pearl. Her name is Rambus Eber. When it came to critical issues, Miss Long the Fairy would not play dumb. I heard that she's a famous beauty among the humans. Really? Then someone will have one more woman? Chinrue felt the fingers of both hands exerting force at the same time, and the flesh on his waist suddenly twisted 360 degrees with a difficulty coefficient of 3. 0. He could not help but grimace. Actually, she doesn't want to marry me at all. I just want to make a deal with her to get one of the 3 holy relics, the Holy Grail. She doesn't want to marry you. Isabella smiled and let go of her hands. How do you know? It seems that you've seen this fiancé not long ago. Let me guess, was it when you went to the human world a few times before? Also, during this period of time, what about the old lover that you often went to the palace of Eurydice to see? What's her name? Veronica. Miss Long the Fairy continued to add insult to injury. Supplement. I've heard some anecdotes about His Highness the Third Prince and this princess's wife. It seems that there are quite a lot of things that someone is hiding from us sisters. Chinrue felt the remaining hand exerting more force, and looked innocently at Rala, who was beside him. Miss Long the Fairy looked back at him blankly, with a confused expression on her face, as if the hand that was still twisting the soft flesh was someone else's. Rala, what? Stop twisting. Oh, even more forcefully. All right, men sometimes lie, but these are white lies. Chinrue looked at his two lovers affectionately, for the sake of the peace and happiness of the woman that I value the most. Miss Long the Fairy seemed to be so touched that she let go of her deadly fingers. She looked at her aunt and suddenly asked in unison, "Who is the woman that you value the most?" Chinrue. All right, these were just details that had nothing to do with the main topic, so there was no need to pay attention to them. In the end, the male pig's feet still managed to coax the two harem heroines. As for the 4 crescent-shaped red fingernail marks on his waist, for the Crystal Palace that needed the male pig's feet as a blood sacrifice, it was a negligible loss. So, Miss Long the Fairy continued to go into seclusion with satisfaction. She had now completely absorbed Ben Hong's pseudo-god-level spiritual imprint. In addition to the special training with her parents in Reiku, she had vaguely found a trace of the vein of turning the illusory kingdom into a real kingdom. A real kingdom was the first step to entering the demigod level. Just as Chinrue was closing his eyes to rest and think about the next step, Samuel came to report that the female official sent by Rex the Great to teach etiquette had arrived. Teach etiquette? I don't have time to see her. Chinrue remembered that Rex the Great once said that he should learn the royal etiquette in order to attend the engagement ceremony in the Ryo Empire. He could not help but sneer secretly. He did not know how that engagement would turn out. Mother Isabella has already met with her. Then there is no problem. Inni will send her away. Your Highness, in this case, the problem will be even bigger. Samuel showed a strange expression. Your Highness should go in person. What do you mean? Because that female official is Her Highness Veronica. Chapter 952. Chinrue walked quickly to the hall of Jin Yao, Lord's mansion, and saw Isabella and Veronica chatting amiably. The two women actually had a lot in common. They both wore veils and were both beauties. Although Chinrue had not seen Veronica's face, at least the temperament of the two women was superb. Isabella fully displayed the tributes of the former Devil's Snare Flower. Regardless of her words or actions, she displayed a kind of elegant and confident demeanor. If there was a man by her side, he would definitely be stunned by now. Based on Chinrue's familiarity with Miss Inni, he could see that his aunt had entered a special state of combat readiness because the woman opposite her was also perfect and outstanding, which brought a lot of pressure to her. But it was very strange. Why did Rex the Great let Veronica teach etiquette? Was it a concession, or was it another way of coercion? Ahem. Chinrue deliberately coughed, and the two women's attention was immediately diverted. Your Highness. In front of Isabella, Veronica's form of address had obviously changed. I'm here on His Majesty's order to tutor Your Highness some. Teacher, just call me Arthur. Chinrue interrupted Veronica's words. Inni is not an outsider. She is one of the guardians of the ancient civilization that I inherited, and also my most cherished wife. When Veronica heard the word wife, her pupils slightly shrank, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. There should be another one after that, Isabella added with a smile. I'm not the only woman that a certain highness cherishes, am I right? Chinrue smiled awkwardly, and Veronica also smiled. It seems that the little Arthur from back then has really grown up, right? My student and younger brother. Little Arthur. Isabella nodded seriously. That's a good title. I've always wanted to call him that. The two girls looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Chinrue, who was acting as some kind of mascot, was speechless. Veronica praised from the bottom of her heart. Miss Innie, be it in terms of speech, temperament, or elegance, they are rarely seen in my life. You must be a member of the royal family. It seems that His Majesty sent me here to tutor little Arthur on etiquette. What royal family? I'm just a descendant of a perished country. A trace of sadness flashed across Isabella's blue eyes. My relatives are basically all gone. Ms. Innie could be regarded as a professor in the demon realm's aristocratic and royal etiquette, but if she were to apply it to the human world, she would probably be exposed. No matter what, it's all in the past. Veronica's eyes showed gentleness. If Miss Innie doesn't mind, I want to invite you and little Arthur to participate in the study of palace etiquette. I believe Miss Innie and I can both benefit from it. Can I? Isabella regained her original elegance and looked at Chinrue with a smile. Chinrue could see that Ms. Innie's eyes clearly wrote, "If you don't agree, you're dead." At this time, could he still say no? The study of etiquette was originally a boring thing, but with Isabella around, some well-timed episodes interspersed from time to time became a kind of fun. The relaxed days always passed very quickly. Soon, the etiquette class in the morning was over. It's really a pleasant morning. Veronica declined Chinrue's invitation to have a meal together. Arthur, Innie, Her Majesty's Imperial Guards have been waiting in the city. They will escort me back, so you don't have to worry. If Her Majesty doesn't change her mind, I will come again in a few days. Or you can also go to my Ziyuan palace. I still want Innie to give me pointers on flower art. Isabella watched Veronica's figure until she disappeared. Then she sighed softly. That woman, although she is smiling on her face, her heart has become a pile of ashes. She covered it up almost perfectly, but she still can't hide it from me. Because when I look at her, it's like seeing myself in the mirror, my former self. Chinrue gently held Isabella's hand and said, "Everything is over. Now I feel that the past 100 years..." Isabella gazed into his eyes affectionately. "It's for today's happiness. If it weren't for the pain and torture before, I wouldn't be so happy today. I am very lucky to meet you, my love. It's also my luck." Their lips intertwined, feeling the warmth in each other's hearts. "Hey, I have to go back to prepare lunch. Yesterday, I learned a new dish called smoked vegetable pork steak. It's a good time to test it on you. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach." Miss Innie smiled coquettishly. "It's not easy to capture your stomach. On the contrary, it's our poor sisters who have been captured by the food you cooked early on." Chinrue shrugged and said, "This can be understood as equality between men and women." Isabella walked forward with a smile and suddenly stopped at the door. "Chinrue." "Yes." "That Veronica." "Yes." "If you can't help her to be reborn from the ashes, then help her, completely annihilate her. Really, I know better than anyone that is the best relief." Chinrue lowered his head in silence. Time passed day by day. On this day, Jinyao territory finally ushered in the long-awaited guests. The Cardinal of the Church of Light, Glalin, came with a man and a woman. Chinrue also had two guardians on his side, Master Poison Dragon and his wife. Glalin should now be the person most familiar with the Church of Light and Arthur. The Cardinal looked happy. He joked as soon as he entered the door, "Your Highness, I'm glad to disturb you again." "I'm glad to be disturbed by Sir Glalin again." Chinrue's eyes quickly glanced at the man and woman, and he also smiled, looking at Sir Glalin's appearance. "I believe you brought good news this time." "It's indeed good news." Glalin looked very confident. Within 3 days, Ryuzuku will send dragons to Jinyao territory to discuss cooperation with your highness in magic games. Chinrue's eyes lit up. Great. Sir Glalin, your arrival is a huge surprise. I can imagine how much effort the church, Blessed Peak has put into this matter. I promise that Blessed Peak and even the entire Church of Light will not regret this decision. So, the promise your highness made last time, I'm a man of my word, Sir Glalin. Chenrue nodded without hesitation. After I get the 2 holy relics of the Long Huang Empire and the Ryo Empire, I will accept the recommendation of Blessed Peak and join the Church of Light. Next month, I will go to the Ryo Empire to attend the engagement ceremony with Princess Rambus. As for the goal, naturally, it is the Holy Grail of the Ryo Empire. At that time, I will need the help of Blessed Peak. Glalin noticed that Chenrue especially emphasized Blessed Peak, and the smile on his face grew wider. Of course. Please rest assured, Your Highness, whether Your Highness marries Princess Rambus or the throne of the Long Huang Empire, there is no conflict with joining the Church of Light. Well, let me introduce 2 people to Your Highness. This is Miranda, the direct disciple of Her Holiness the Adoratress. Chenrue looked at the fair-skinned, beautiful, and slightly cold blonde girl and nodded slightly. Miss Miranda! He was actually an acquaintance of the girl who had elven blood. Back when he was on the Holy Mountain as Paul's follower, he had played the role of a character who was proficient in Whisper of the Mind and coveted Miranda. Later, Eliza, who was also a disciple of the Adoratress, revealed her ferocious face and used Miranda to set up a vicious trap to seize the power of mind-speech from Chenrue. In the end, she became an idiot with a mental breakdown. Of course, Miranda did not know that this popular figure who was being fought over by the 3 major factions of the church was the Richard who caused havoc in the Holy Mountain and stole the snow tree. However, Prince Arthur's eyes were very clear, without the slightest distracting thoughts, which made the half-elf girl have a better impression of him. She bowed and said, His Royal Highness, Master originally wanted to come in person, but he was holding a baptism of light for a new disciple. It will take some time and can't be stopped in the middle, so he sent me to give his most sincere greetings. A new disciple. You must be Miss Tiffany that His Excellency Glalin mentioned before. Chenrue casually mentioned, You're too kind, Your Holiness. I should be the one paying a visit to Blessed Peak. The news of a new disciple Tiffany was precisely what Chenrue had heard from Glalin. It was also for this reason that Chenrue had instructed Dragon Emperor Palgoris to authorize the magic game to the Adoratress. As for how much benefits Palgoris received, it was none of Chenrue's business. This magic game plan had been planned by Chenrue from beginning to end, and for this he had received many practical benefits that the 3 major factions fought over. However, there were rules to the game. After this matter was settled, it meant that he had chosen Blessed Peak. Before his ability and strength reached a certain level, he could no longer wait for the best price among the 3 factions like before. Miranda said a few polite words, saluted again, and didn't speak any more. Graylin introduced the black-haired man who had been closing his eyes to Chenrue. This is the Holy Light Knight of the Blessed Peak, Lafayette. The 3 main peaks of the Sacred Mountain each had their own guardian knights, which were divided into White Radiant, Silver Radiant, and Holy Light. Holy Light was the highest guardian knight. Chenrue stared at the man deeply. His eyes slightly squinted, and a rare look of reverence appeared on his face. His voice even trembled a little. I wonder if every Knight of Holy Light is as special as this? Why do I see a light that I've never seen before in this Knight of Holy Light? It's so bright and sacred that I can't look at it directly. Of course, Chenrue's reverence and trembling were all faked. He had no choice but to pretend. Race, Angel, Doppelganger, overall strength assessment, SSS plus physique, SSS plus strength, SSS plus spirit, SSS plus agility, SSS plus attributes, Light, wind, binding, dispelling, healing light, soul power. Danger level, extremely high. This Lafayette had the strength of a demigod, and he was just a doppelganger. Since he had come here with Graylin of the Blessed Peak, then the name of this angel was on the verge of being known. Chapter 953. Amazing Sensing. Lafayette's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. You are indeed the one chosen by the crown of thorns. You can actually see my power at a glance. Those pupils were actually white, as if they had the power to penetrate everything. They shot straight into Chen Rui's eyes. Chen Rui felt his soul tremble, and he couldn't help but shiver. The poison dragon and emerald dragon behind Rui were immediately alerted. They shouted and attacked together. Lafayette's eyes flashed. Paglio and Crobolus only felt their bodies go numb, and their flashing figures returned to the same place as if they were entangled by countless invisible chains. The power of their whole body was also sealed under this entanglement, and they couldn't move at all. Don't worry, dragons. Lafayette smiled indifferently. I don't mean to hurt him. If I really want to do something, you can't stop me with your strength. Chen Rui's body suddenly emitted a strong light, and circles of light rippled. His whole body seemed to become crystal clear. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. It really is the body of glorious light. You have completely absorbed the holy light. Lafayette's white pupils gradually turned back to black, but his face became blurred. Chen Rui's eyes had regained clarity, and he saluted. Thank you, sir. Raphael was a little puzzled. Your body surprised me a little. I wanted to improve your strength just now, but there is a special devouring power in your body. The power of the holy light I gave you was absorbed in another way. Yes, sir. This is the power of the spiritual imprint inherited from the ancient alchemy civilization. Since I haven't fully digested the power of the imprint will automatically transform the external force into the Grandmaster Alchemist's perception. My strength can't be improved for the time being. When I fully control the imprint, I can absorb external force to enhance my strength. Ancient alchemy civilization? And no wonder you became a mechanic Grandmaster at such a young age. Lafayette glanced at the paralyzed poison dragons. Are these two dragons your guardians? Chen Rui nodded and said, the poison dragon and the emerald dragon, to be precise, are the guardians left to me by the ancient alchemy civilization. Apart from them, there are 4 others who are not here for the time being. Lafayette nodded slightly, and Paglio and Crobolus suddenly felt that the restraint had disappeared. They looked at each other and did not move rashly. The strength of this enemy was far beyond the level that they could match. This expert probably didn't have any ill intentions towards Chen Rui, so he didn't want to risk his life. Chen Rui secretly heaved a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing that he had passed the most important hurdle. Raphael's light holy power was indeed absorbed by the body of glorious light just now. However, he used the super system's breath-holding mode to display his strength as a warrior-level higher demon. Raphael's eyesight was so powerful. If he easily changed his breath to advance, it was likely to reveal flaws. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and used the excuse of the ancient alchemy civilization to fool around. Let me see the power of the crown of thorns. Yes, Chen Rui responded respectfully. A crystal-clear white crown appeared on his head, and circles of holy brilliance spread out. Quite pure divine blessing power. Very good. You are indeed the chosen master of the crown of thorns. Lafayette's tone was full of praise. My name is Raphael, one of the 3 supreme angels. Chen Rui had already expected that this was Raphael's clone, so he cooperated and showed a look of horror on his face. He bowed deeply again. I didn't expect Sir Raphael to come in person. Body of glorious light, the favored one recognized by the crown of thorns, are you willing to follow my back and bask in the blessing of the holy light forever? Chen Rui thought quickly and said without hesitation, "I am willing. From today on, you are the Holy Son of the Church of Light. You are responsible for education and use the crown of thorns to inspire and transform the most loyal believers. Your status is slightly lower than the 3 patriarchs, but higher than the cardinals. As long as you remain devout and cautious, you will become the future pioneer and guide of the Church. As for loyalty, you are a smart man, so there is no need for me to elaborate on that." Glalin and Miranda were surprised, but they were more respectful and happy. Raphael's words were very clear. Arthur would be the next pope, which also meant that the blessed peak would have the highest control over the entire church. The official conferring ceremony of the Holy Son will be held in the sacred mountain in the future, Raphael said calmly. "Now you can do what you want to do, and the church will provide the greatest support, including the throne and holy relics you want, and everything else." "Understood, Sir Raphael." Chinrue looked ecstatic. His mind was clear. The reason why the highest existence of the Holy Blessing Peak descended to personally confer the title is to make the final decision. He completely labeled Arthur as Raphael, making it impossible for him to change his mind to other factions. There should be a corresponding competition between the 3 supreme angels, which was likely to be reflected in the power of faith and other aspects. However, this was not important to Chinrue. Raphael's promise of support was what he wanted most, even if Chinrue's guess was not far off. His real value was the body of glory and the crown of thorns. The crown of thorns, divine blessing, could convert a person's constitution into a light type. Although the effect was inferior to the snow trees, the crown of thorns had become a necessary substitute for the snow tree's disappearance. Otherwise, the Church of Light would lose its ability to produce new people. In the future, they could only absorb people from the 2 holy empires to become the backbone of the Church. The reason why the 2 holy empires had the body of glory was because of the 2 holy relics. However, unlike the crown of thorns, which had the ability to convert, the Holy Grail and the robe of holy light did not have the ability to do so. It was just that the holy attribute of the body would affect the bloodline, and there was a certain chance that the body of light would be born. The probability was very high, and the probability was very low, far lower than the crown of thorns. After the disappearance of the snow tree, the Church could no longer convert the body of light. The body of light became fewer and fewer, and the 1 in 10,000 body of light was even rarer. According to the convention, one of the requirements for the Pope was the body of glory. Although Fendes was still the Pope, the body of glory alone had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Church. Since the body of glory was still missing, Chinrue had already entered the eyes of the higher-ups of the Church. That was why Raphael, one of the 3 supreme angels, had personally come to recruit this talent, who was a prince of the empire, a genius in internal affairs, an alchemy grandmaster, the body of light, the master of the crown of thorns, and many other titles. Raphael nodded. "I will give you 2 more things. The first is the badge of the Holy Ring. This badge represents my will and privileges. You can give orders to any member of the Church below the rank of Patriarch, including the Knights of Radiance and the judges. This badge also has another function, which is to summon my avatar. However, this kind of summoning avatar can only be used once, and it consumes a lot of my strength. So, don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The second thing is the thought-binding chain. This is a powerful divine item that can confine the soul and spiritual power. Even a supra with a kingdom can't be immune to it. With this artifact and the sacred ring badge, coupled with the Poison Dragon Guardian's national level strength, it should be able to ensure your safety during this period of time before you return to the Holy Mountain as the Holy Son. Thank you, my lord. Chinrue looked at the faintly discernible silver chain and the circular ring badge in front of him. He seemed very excited. He stared at the chain for a while and suddenly said, "Lord Raphael, if I may be so bold to ask, this divine item seems to be—" "You can see it." Raphael was slightly surprised. Your eyesight is even better than I expected. No wonder you are an alchemist who has received an ancient inheritance. The thought binding chain is actually a part of a powerful divine item. The other part is called the true flame shackles. When the two are combined, they can form an even more powerful divine item, the prohibition of wind and fire. Even a fake god may not be able to escape its restraint. Unfortunately, this requires a special fusion of laws. I have not been able to find the most suitable method. So the two divine items are used separately. I gave the true flame shackles to someone else, but unfortunately I lost it. Otherwise, with your master-level craftsmanship, it is very likely that you can combine the two into one to form the real prohibition of wind and fire. I see. Chinrue's expression of regret flashed past. He took the thought-binding chain and the holy ring badge, bowed deeply and said loudly, "Thank you, my lord. I, Arthur Rowland, swear by the great God of light that I will not let you down." That's right. I swear by the little dick of a certain corpse in the Chaos realm. Raphael didn't know the careful thoughts of the Holy Sun. He just thought that he had completely subdued this, and his slightly blurred face showed a satisfied smile, and his figure gradually faded away. The supreme angel didn't see the ecstasy in the eyes of a certain human who lowered his head. True flame shackles? That's right. I will definitely perform well. I will never let you down. Here, this room of good guy cards is all yours, dear Sir Raphael. Actually, Chenrue didn't notice the uniqueness of the thought-binding chain just now, but a certain power in his body produced a kind of faint throbbing because of the thought-binding chain. As he was feeling strange, Raphael actually said it himself. Fusion of laws? In the battle with Icyril, he used the supersystem's law of absorption, power to swallow the true flame shackles. Now that he could swallow the thought-binding chain, he could obtain the two purest and powerful laws. As long as he truly fused the two laws, even if he couldn't get the prohibition of wind and fire, he could derive a more powerful, binding power than the true flame shackles. Glalan's promise was indeed effective. The dragons sent a representative to discuss the cooperation of the magic game the next day. An old acquaintance, St. Dragon Groas. After a tacit negotiation, the two sides reached an agreement on the distribution of interests. Ryuzuka handed over the signal tower and magic helmet technology needed for the magic game to Jinyao territory. This magic game helmet was actually a simplified version. It was separated from the magic TV and only had simple game functions. The long-prepared Jinyao territory immediately began to produce the magic helmet and signal tower components. The signal tower components were immediately handed over to the Church of Light, who came to pick up the goods. At the same time, the church-led propaganda work began in the human world. The Church of Light's faith coverage was extremely huge. Its influence far exceeded any kind of force. It could even be said that it was the sum of the entire human empires and kingdoms. For the magic game, it was equivalent to a terrifyingly powerful commercial propaganda group. For a time, magic game-related keywords such as training, entertainment, glory, battle, and so on spread to every corner of the human world. The storm of the magic game began to sweep the entire human world.